Chapter 8:14. Grit your teeth and hold on. I don't believe I can't stop this guy. Long Chen was also a hot-blooded man. Although he was only a child after experiencing the tragedy of his parents' tragic death, he was much more mature than many children. La 31 sword. The terrifying roar of flames rang out. Lu Taiyin's sword almost made Long Chen feel as if he was falling. It was simply too difficult. Kacha! At this moment, Long Chen's protective vital energy was completely shattered. His defense had been disintegrated by half. I won't lose. Long Chen roared. The surface of his entire body was suffused with a golden color. The damaged scales were constantly repairing. 32 sword. This was Lu Taiyin's last sword. Its power was so fierce that it directly sent Long Chen flying. Is Long Chen okay? Lung Hao looked at Ling Xiao nervously and asked. He also knew that Long Chen was Ling Xiao's friend. Don't worry, Lu Taiyin lost. Although Long Chen looks miserable, he still blocked Lu Taiyin's strongest attack in the end. Moreover, he didn't reveal his final trump card. He won beautifully. Ling Xiao smiled and said. His eyesight was sharp. Long Chen's defense had reached its limit. Even the scales on his body had been completely shattered. His entire body was covered in blood. However, this injury only looked terrifying. In fact, it was not that exaggerated. For the Dragon Clan, it was just some superficial wounds. It would not take too long to recover. However, Lu Taiyin's last sword had already used up all his strength. After the sword pierced out, his entire body was almost exhausted. He had no more strength to fight at all. Senior Brother Ling, do you mean that Long Chen blocked it? Lung Hao asked in surprise. Even if he didn't defend himself, he was still in a precarious situation in the end. There was a fine line between victory and defeat. However, this kid's essence, chi, and spirit had all improved at that time. This was something Lu Taiyin didn't expect. If they fought again, Lu Taiyin probably wouldn't be able to use the 32nd sword. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was also a little emotional. Long Chen was indeed a descendant of the Golden Dragon clan. This talent was so amazing that even he was a little envious. Long Chen, who was bathed in blood, slowly stood up from the ground. His broken scales were healing continuously. He said excitedly, Brother Lu is indeed one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Your attack power is indeed powerful. If I hadn't used all my strength on defense, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. Lu Taiyin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could no longer stand, so he could only sit on the ground and say, You're too modest. I've already used my trump card, but I still can't defeat you. You've already won. Long Chen chuckled, and the bronze cauldron behind him began to spin. The golden inscriptions flickered, and a portion of Lu Taiyin's luck was sucked over. In the blink of an eye, the number of cauldrons behind him rose to 7, and the phantom of 8 cauldrons appeared. After all, Lu Taiyin's luck was very strong, so his improvement this time was too great. The terrifying Long Chen is indeed formidable. Yeah, I even suspect that he might be stronger than Ling Xiao now. Another young master has been defeated. I wonder which of the previous young masters will be able to defend their honor in the end. There are only 3 left who haven't been defeated, the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Bai Qianjiao. Long Chen was sent away by Lin Bei and the other members of the Divine Sword sect to treat his injuries. Anyway, they had the healing medicine given by Ling Xiao, so those superficial wounds were nothing. In addition, the dragon race was born with a terrifying recovery ability, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After the battle between Lu Taiyin and Long Chen ended, the competition continued. The next round by Qianjiao versus Hong Li. Another important battle had begun. Bai Qianjiao was the third young master of the previous competition, while Hong Li was the new young master of the current competition. She was even considered to be stronger than Bai Qianjiao. In addition, there were only 4 females in the current top 10 rankings. They were Hai Myung-keo, Bai Qianjiao, Hong Li, and Hong Samadhi. The audience did not know that Hai Myung-keo was a female disguised as a male. Hong Samadhi could not be compared to the top 3 in terms of strength or appearance. Because she had lost to Qin Bishue and Ling Xiao consecutively, her reputation had been lowered. Therefore, the battle between Bai Qianjiao and Hong Li could be said to be a battle between the two beauties. Moreover, they were both from the Aquamarine Palace, the most mysterious sect among the 12 sects. They might not be as strong as the Heavenly King sect, but they were much more mysterious. Bai Qianjiao was always calm and composed, as if she had no desires. She looked like an otherworldly fairy. Even if others said that she was not as good as Hong Li, she never refuted. She just calmly followed her own steps to win one match after another. Perhaps many people did not realize that she was the most talked-about woman. Hong Li's personality was completely different from Bai Qianjiao's. Although they were equally beautiful, Hong Li's personality was more like a man's. She was very domineering and had a domineering aura. Their strength had reached the level of a young powerhouse, and their appearance was outstanding. They caused a huge commotion as soon as they appeared. Bai Qianjiao can definitely be considered a veteran powerhouse. She is ranked 3rd among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Although Hong Li can't be considered a rising star of the new generation, she really rose to prominence in this year's martial arts festival. Who do you think will be better? They are the 2 beautiful sisters of the Aquamarine Palace. To be honest, I can't bear to see them kill each other. Why don't we just let them each get 3 points? Yes, the disciples of the Aquamarine Palace are not only women, but each one is more beautiful than the other. If I can marry one of them, my life will be worth it. Look at you. With your level, they won't take a fancy to you. It's a pity that their aptitude can't compare to that woman. You're not talking about that Princess Yu Xianyue, are you? That's her. Yu Xianyue and Ji Furing are geniuses of the heavenly dragon continent that are hard to come by in 100,000 years. Even the human king from 100,000 years ago might not be much better than them. Tisk Tsk, I heard that Yu Xianyue is not only a rare genius in the heavenly dragon continent, but even in the entire profound world. Her beauty is also known as one of the top beauties in the 13 portraits of beauty in the entire profound world. It's a pity that these are just legends. We have never seen Yu Xuanyue's true face. I saw her once from afar. That woman's smile is absolutely gorgeous. I almost fainted. Is it that exaggerated? Believe it or not, I won't say any more. The competition is about to start. Since you haven't seen a woman of Yu Xuanyue's level, it's not bad to see these 2 little beauties. Perhaps the cultivators in small places had never heard of Yu Xianyue, but once they got out of the corners and talked about geniuses, most people would mention Yu Xianyue or Ji Furing. It was as if only these 2 were true geniuses. Chapter 8:15. Whoosh! Hong Li scuttled onto the martial arts stage. Her red dress fluttered in the wind. She actually had the heroic spirit and might of a female hero. Bai Qianjiao, on the other hand, calmly walked onto the stage. She didn't even use any movement techniques. Just like her personality, she was so calm that she almost didn't exist. Senior sister, I'm sorry. I must defeat you today. Jade Water Scripture, Dragon Gate Leap. Seeing Bai Qianjiao on the stage, Hong Li couldn't help it, because Ling Xiao and Qin Bishue both defeated young masters. She felt that if she couldn't defeat a young master, She couldn't be compared with those two. So she was anxious. She attacked as soon as she got on the stage. On the stage, a huge dragon gate appeared out of thin air. Then, Hong Li threw out a punch. When the punch was at the dragon gate, it was only the size of an ordinary fist. But after leaping through the dragon gate, the fist instantly transformed into a divine dragon that was dozens of times larger. Its might had also increased by several times. Boom! When the huge divine dragon fist was 3 or 4 meters away from Bai Qianjiao, it suddenly collapsed and turned into water droplets. Weak water, only 1 scoop. Bai Qianjiao's expression was still as tranquil as an ancient well. Her body swayed slightly forward, and her hands made a strange gesture. Then, strange ripples of water began to appear around her. The water flow turned into a huge water dipper and headed toward the red carp on the Dragon Gate side. Boom! The huge water dipper exploded completely. Hong Li jumped up and punched again. This time, the power of the punch was even greater than before. It turned into 2 divine dragons and destroyed the water dipper. After that, her attacks continued. Her body was also gradually changing. Some strange scales began to grow on her body. They were not dragon scales, but fish scales. The fish scales shining with red light made Hong Li's combat strength soar. There was a saber in her hand. It was a long and wide saber. It was a celestial-grade treasure. Generally speaking, women rarely used such a domineering weapon. But Hong Li did, and she used it very skillfully. Jade water scripture, drawing blade to break water. A huge saber chi pierced through the air. After passing through the Dragon Gate, the saber chi became even more terrifying. It even enveloped the entire martial arts arena. It was impossible for Bai Qianjiao to dodge. But at this moment, she didn't seem to have any intention of dodging this attack. Her expression was still as indifferent as ever. She gently pulled out a sword with her slender hand and stabbed it towards the huge saber chi. The water around her merged into the huge sword aura and destroyed the saber aura in one go. Although the saber chi was powerful, it had flaws. Bai Qianjiao's strength was indeed not as good as Hong Li's, but her judgment was very accurate. She seemed to be able to hit the nail on the head every time. Senior brother, why do I feel like I'm seeing a female version of you? Leng Hao stuck out his tongue and said, She's not as good as Ling Xiao. Lan Yu shook her head and said, But this woman is still powerful. Although she's not as good as Ling Xiao, she's much better than most people in terms of attacking weak points. The moment the attack ended, it seemed that the surrounding space suddenly shook. Hong Li's body in the air could not stabilize. This is the Jade Water Domain, the martial arts of the Jade Water Holy Palace, second only to the Jade Water Scripture. I didn't expect this girl to learn it. No wonder she's so powerful. Ling Xiao remembered seeing this description in the materials of the Yuehua school. The Jade Water Domain was more difficult to cultivate than the Jade Water Scripture. It could only be cultivated by someone who had the selfless conception. Once cultivated, one's strength would become extremely terrifying. Facing the Jade Water Domain, Hong Li obviously didn't dare to be careless, but she didn't seem to be afraid. Jade Water Scripture, Deep Sea Crack. Like other scriptures, the Jade Water Scripture was a perfect set of inheritances. However, each holy scripture had its own specialties. For example, the Sword King Scripture was better at attacking. The Moonlight Scripture was better at sustained battles. And the most terrifying part of the Jade Water Scripture was that it greatly enhanced water martial arts. The Deep Sea Crack was a very powerful saber technique of the Jade Water Holy Palace. It was currently one of the strongest attacks Hong Li could use. Boom! With a slash of the saber, it was as if the whole ground suddenly split open. Endless seawater gushed out, easily breaking through the jade water domain. Not only that, but the huge saber energy seeped out of the ground and kept condensing. The seawater gathered again and again, forming a wave more than 10 meters high. But this wave was more like a saber, a terrifying saber. Facing this move, no one dared to underestimate it. Bai Qianjiao naturally didn't dare to, but you still couldn't see the slightest nervousness or panic on her face. This person seemed to never have those kinds of emotions. She was born with only one kind of expression. She slowly stretched out her white hands. The surrounding waves surged again. The jade water domain became even more powerful and fierce. Crack, crack, crack. Under the tearing of the jade water domain, the huge water saber began to distort and deform. It was about to collapse. At this moment, Hong Li frowned. She gathered her vital essence again and prepared to take advantage of the situation to attack again. She wanted to defeat her senior sister and clear her name. Break. Hong Li, you're too impatient. Bai Qianjiao's voice was very indifferent. At this moment, the heavenly vital essence in her body was circulating crazily. More of it was injected into the jade water domain. The huge water saber finally collapsed and turned into water droplets that filled the sky. None of your business. Hong Li snorted and waved the saber in her hand again. She had already used an even stronger move. This was the deep-sea disaster that was even more terrifying than the deep-sea crack. She had never used this move before. This time, facing her senior sister, she was obviously anxious because she couldn't defeat her senior sister. Is that so? Bai Qianjiao frowned. Then her aura suddenly changed. The originally calm aura instantly became incomparably fierce. Jade water maelstrom, destroy everything for me. As Hong Li's senior sister, Bai Qianjiao understood her junior sister too well. Her talent was indeed outstanding, even better than hers. Whether it was cultivation or other aspects, she was stronger than her. The only thing was that her temper was too impatient, and she was unwilling to listen to advice. Perhaps this was a common problem among geniuses. They were too arrogant and felt that others were inferior to them. How could they listen to others' advice? Therefore, Bai Qianjiao decided to teach Hong Li a lesson. Her strength was not as good as her opponent's, but the difference was not that great. Moreover, she had more experience than Hong Li. The jade water maelstrom blasted out and hit the deep-sea disaster's biggest flaw. Its power was not as great as her opponent's, but it gained the upper hand in an instant and firmly suppressed the terrifying saber chi. Boom! The terrifying saber chi was finally swallowed by the huge maelstrom and disappeared without a trace. Hong Li's body was also sent flying by the terrifying rebounding force and fell off the stage. Chapter 8:16. Hong Li steadied herself and realized that she had landed outside the arena. Her face was filled with shock and confusion. Senior sister, you're not as good as me. Why did I lose? Bai Qianjiao said calmly, I've already told you the reason. You're too eager and impatient. All your moves are overbearing, and you don't care about your weaknesses. Normal opponents might not be able to do anything to you, but you'll definitely lose if you meet an opponent who's good at attacking your weaknesses. After speaking, Bai Qianjiao walked down from the arena. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate this female young master's strength. She was one of the 6 young masters from the previous batch, and she had finally defended her honor. It seems like cultivation isn't always a good reference. Everyone below the arena nodded in agreement. However, Hong Li wasn't convinced. She had always been like this, using her overbearing moves to defeat one opponent after another. She had never lost. What right did Bai Qianjiao have to teach her a lesson? She wasn't convinced. She was just unlucky. It was a pity that Hong Li wasn't willing to accept by Qianjiao's good intentions. However, not many people paid attention to her, as she was a loser. This was because in this round, the 5 heavyweights, Han Miang-ko, Mo Wushang, Qin Bixue, Ling Xiao, and Fire Demon Eminence had yet to make their moves. Their strength was unfathomable, and everyone was looking forward to it. Mo Wushang versus Fire Demon Eminence. Hearing the referee's voice, the spectators burst into cheers in an instant. Mo Wushang was ranked second among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. He was invincible when it came to soul secret techniques. Even the Holy Sun, Han Miang-ko, was wary of him. Up until now, Mo Wushang had maintained his undefeated record. Any opponent who encountered him couldn't escape defeat in one move. However, after this round, his opponents would be much stronger. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how long Mo Wushang's undefeated record would last. As for the Fire Demon Ancestor, he was a dark horse that had emerged from the Sky Pride battle. Before the Battle of Heaven's favorites, his performance was average. He had a hard time getting into the Battle of Heaven's favorites. Many people thought that he was just here to take a walk in the Tianjiao battle. However, what he didn't expect was that up until now, he had only lost 1 match to Ling Xiao. Against other opponents, he hadn't tasted defeat either. Of course, this also had something to do with the fact that he hadn't encountered any of the top few powerful fellows. Whether or not he was lucky, or whether or not he was the real deal, would depend on this battle. One was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, while the other was a disciple of the Abstruse Fire sect. They were both disciples of the top sects among the 12 sects. The battle between the two was not only a battle of personal honor, but also a battle of the sect's honor. Ever since Lu Taiying and Hong Sanmei lost the battle, the morale of the people of Abstruse Fire sect had been low. This time, they seemed to have seen some hope. Everyone's eyes widened, afraid that they would miss the exciting battle. Mo Wushang looked at the Fire Demon Ancestor and said coldly, "You are not the Fire Demon Ancestor. I don't want to ask who you are, but you will lose today." If it weren't for the Holy Sun, Han Miang-ko, Mo Wushang would undoubtedly be the overlord of the younger generation. He was so powerful that no one below the celestial realm could be his match. Even if he faced a martial artist who had just entered the celestial realm, his terrifying secret soul technique could kill him. This wasn't an estimate, nor was it a boast. It had been a real case. Then I'll have to give it a try. The Fire Demon Ancestor smirked and said, "To tell you the truth, my only opponent in today's martial arts festival is Ling Xiao. He is my target to defeat." "But you didn't defeat him. That's because his luck isn't good enough. I'll wait until his luck is good enough to defeat him and make him sink into oblivion." The Fire Demon Ancestor said coldly, "I don't care what grudges you have with him. He's not as good as me, and you're not as good as me. Cut the crap and make your move. I'll give you a chance. After 2 moves, I'll take the initiative to attack." Mo Wushang said coldly and confidently, "You're courting death." Boom. The Fire Demon Ancestor's aura suddenly rose. He stood there like a king in a world of death. With every step he took, countless living beings would wail and wail. Even the ground was trembling slightly. Violent death chi covered the sky, as if the entire world was filled with the concept of death. Mo Wushang still had an indifferent expression, as if the Fire Demon Ancestor's strength wasn't worth mentioning in front of him. In the demonic eye, blood-red light flickered. Indeed, he had no intention of making his move. He said that he would let his opponent have 2 moves, so he would let his opponent have 2 moves. Whoosh! The Fire Demon Ancestor didn't care about that. Since his opponent was courting death, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He waved his hands, and a huge white bone hand suddenly appeared, grabbing at Mo Wushang. Demonic Eye, annihilation. Mo Wushang said that he wouldn't attack, but he still had to defend. Otherwise, not to mention the fire demon ancestor, even ordinary martial artists could hurt him. A strange annihilation word appeared in his demonic eye. Then, the huge white bone hand was instantly destroyed by the red light, scattering on the ground. However, the white bone hand didn't disappear. The shattered bone hand reformed and continued to grab at Mo Wushang. It's indeed the dark flames of death. This is the true hellfire. Although it's not as strong as the hellfire, it can revive the dead. This is the most terrifying part of the dark flames of death. Each of the 12 sacred flames has its own unique characteristics. They're indeed extraordinary. Below the stage, Ling Xiao further confirmed the martial art that the fire demon ancestor had used. It was indeed related to the flame deity. However, it wasn't a doppelganger possession. It wasn't the flame deity himself either. It was the possession of the dark flames of death. He didn't expect the flame deity to have raised his martial soul to such an extent that he could control the bodies of other martial artists. He must be nearby. Ling Xiao instantly released his soul power, enveloping the entire competition ground within it. There really was Empyrean demon flame in the crowd. However, the flame deity wasn't alone. He was actually with the palace master of the Aquamarine Shrine, and they seemed to be very close. This is troublesome. With the protection of the Aquamarine Shrine, even the Moon Lady might not be able to kill him. Ling Xiao was very clear that behind the Jade Water Divine Palace was most likely the Oceanic race, the Storm Legion. The Yin-Yang Demon King of the Storm Legion was definitely stronger than the Moon Lady. Humph, if I can't kill you, I'll take your martial soul first. Ling Xiao had been looking forward to obtaining the complete dark flames of death for a long time. Gathering the 9 primordial dragon souls, the 9 demon king martial souls, and the 12 sacred flames was one of his wishes. These things were very useful to him. Chapter 8:17. The 9 dragon souls were for the complete awakening of the immemorial golden dragon, allowing him to fully inherit the immemorial golden dragon's combat strength. The 9 demon king martial souls were for the complete inheritance of the true demon emperor, as well as for the 9 demon divine technique to evolve. The 12 saint flame martial souls were for the sake of refining stronger pills. As his cultivation increased in the future, without a suitable flame, he would not be able to refine higher grade pills. He was a greedy martial artist, and he could not deny this fact. Since he had the chance to obtain the Death Dark Flame martial soul today, he would not miss it. He had already obtained the true Samadhi Flame seed. If he could obtain the Death Dark Flame martial soul, he would have 2 of the 12 saint flames. Although he was still far from gathering all of them, it was not something that he could not look forward to. It's actually one of the 12 saint flames, the Death Dark Flame. No wonder you suddenly became so strong. But so what? Demon Eye, inextinguishable dark flame. The inextinguishable dark flame was a variant of the Death Dark Flame. One could say that they were father and son. Of course, to a certain extent, the inextinguishable dark flame was not as strong as the Death Dark Flame. However, when used together with the Demon Eye, the inextinguishable dark flame's power would not lose to the Death Dark Flame at all. The most terrifying thing was that this flame could burn continuously. As long as it was formed, it would continue to burn without stopping unless a special method was used. It did not require any materials or air. The black flame that covered the sky and the earth intertwined with the Death Dark Flame martial soul's skeletal hand. As time passed, it was obvious that the Death Dark Flame martial soul was at a disadvantage. Or was it because the fire demon ancestor's body was too weak that the death-dark flame martial soul could not unleash its full strength? Many of the young powerhouses below the stage frowned. They had heard of Mo Wushang's strength before, but they had never seen it before. Now that they had seen it, it was too shocking. One could figure out the strength of others, but Mo Wushang's strength was unfathomable. That demon, I was too mysterious. The fire demon ancestor's expression was ugly. The flame deity, who was secretly controlling the fire demon ancestor, had an even uglier expression. Originally, he thought that with his death-dark flame, martial soul controlling the fire demon ancestor's body, he could easily defeat all the other martial soul except the holy Sunheim Myungkeo. But now, it seemed like he had underestimated these young people, especially this Mo Wushang. Right now, Mo Wushang was merely defending, and he was already at his wit's end. If Mo Wushang were to really attack, would he be able to win? The flame deity's eyes flashed, and the aura of the fire demon venerable on the stage rose again. White bone life-exterminating saber. A white bone saber appeared in the hands of fire demon Reverend. It was a demonic saber that was formed entirely from the chi of death and souls of the dead. Although it didn't actually exist, its power didn't lose to any real treasured saber. Once the saber was unleashed, it would kill all life and emotions. Demon Venerable would completely turn into a cold devil, losing all emotions. His only goal was to kill. Kill everything in front of him. Destroy everything in front of him. It's useless. In front of my demonic, everything is just a facade. Mo Wushang still had no intention of attacking. Instead, he chose to defend himself. After all, he had said that he would let his opponent have 2 moves first. This was only the second move. Demon Eye Annihilation, Magic Eye Illusion. He used 2 moves in a row. The first move destroyed all the power except for the white bone life-exterminating blade. The second move caused the entire stage to fall into a strange illusion. On the stage, Demon Venerable suddenly stopped moving. Instead, he let out a miserable shriek. Not good. Demon Venerable has fallen into Mo Wushang's illusion. There's nothing to see now. He's definitely going to lose. Someone exclaimed from below the stage. This person had seen Mo Wushang's illusion before. His opponents would often be defeated by him without them knowing. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao shook his head. Demon Venerable is a little special. Special? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qin Bishue couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He couldn't tell what was special about Demon Venerable. However, in the next moment, just as Mo Wushang was about to win, a blurry human figure formed from the dark flames of death appeared behind Demon Venerable. This human figure of flames pounced towards Mo Wushang at lightning speed. Ah, someone exclaimed. A martial soul could actually take the initiative to attack when one's body was in an illusion. This was unheard of. Ling Xiao snorted. This was indeed unheard of. However, this martial soul didn't belong to Demon Venerable. Hence, it was normal for it to attack Mo Wushang. In the face of a sudden attack, Mo Wushang was indeed surprised. However, the most shocking thing happened. The martial soul's attack actually penetrated Mo Wushang's body, but it didn't hurt him. What's going on? It's not a physical body. This time, the audience was even more shocked. The Mo Wushang on the stage wasn't a physical body. Then where was the real Mo Wushang? Junior brother Ling, what do you think? Lan Yu asked doubtfully. His demonic eye might be connected to another space. His real body is in there, and the one outside is just an illusion. Ling Xiao explained. What? Doesn't that make him invincible? Dai Yuling asked in shock. Not necessarily. An illusion can't attack. It can only defend. Ling Xiao replied. Although Mo Wushang's demonic eye was strange, it couldn't escape the analysis of Ling Xiao's martial soul. I see. If that's the case, then his illusion should have lost its effect, right? Lan Yu nodded and asked again. That's right. Look, Wood Demon Venerable has returned to normal. Ha ha ha, Mo Wushang, you're really strong. It seems like I've underestimated you guys. Forget it. What's the harm in losing to you? I admit defeat. Wood Demon Venerable laughed and gave up the battle. He took the initiative to admit defeat. Of course, this was the Flame Deity's decision. The Flame Deity knew that he didn't need to reveal his full strength so quickly. It would be enough if he defeated the last martial artist with close to 9 cauldrons of luck. Perhaps it would be the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko, or perhaps it would be Ling Xiao. Of course, it could also be Mo Wushang. Although there might not be a chance to fight on the stage, there would be plenty of opportunities after the competition. Fish had to be fattened up before eating. Anyway, he knew that there would be a huge change after the martial arts festival. At that time, it would be his chance. After absorbing Wood Demon Venerable's 9 cauldrons of luck, Mo Wushang finally completed his 8th cauldron. He was getting closer and closer to Hai Myung Ko. What's the meaning of this? All bark and no bite. Why did Wood Demon Venerable admit defeat in the end? I think Mo Wushang is too strong. That's why Wood Demon Venerable knew that he couldn't win. Impossible. His martial soul can be separated from his body. This is the best way to counter Soul's secret arts. Then I don't understand. Maybe the two of them know each other? Forget it. Let's stop guessing. The battle is over. Let's watch the competition. Chapter 8:18. Although there were some people in the audience with good eyesight, they didn't have Ling Xiao's Mountain River martial soul. It was really hard for them to figure out why Fire Demon Ancestor suddenly admitted defeat. It was indeed a little strange. In the next few matches, there were no big shots fighting each other. Lan Yu, who Ling Xiao paid the most attention to, had a draw with Gue Suisho. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't break through Gue Suisho's defense. After Lan Yu, and the others, Ling Xiao also fought a match. However, his opponent was too weak and didn't cause much of a stir. Perhaps it was mainly because he had fought Fire Demon Ancestor and Hong Samadhi before, so his opponent this round was relatively weak. However, after Ling Xiao, the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko, who was known as the strongest among the younger generation, finally appeared again. Hai Myung Ko was still very young in the previous martial arts festival. Even so, she had firmly suppressed Mo Wushang by Qianjiao, Lu Tain, and the others with her absolutely terrifying strength. Finally, she took the throne. At that time, almost everyone was amazed by this little guy. In this year's martial arts festival, Hai Myung Ko was much older and more mature. Naturally, her strength had improved. No one doubted her strength. Her opponent was also quite strong. It was the Qin Bishue of the Blood Blade sect, who was regarded as the most likely to take the throne. The Qin Bishue was very arrogant, also very powerful. He defeated Hong Samadhi with one move, which established his position as a seeded contestant. In the following matches, he didn't disappoint the audience. This time, he encountered Hai Myung Ko. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was a little excited. In fact, when he was below the stage, he was a little worried. He was worried that Ling Xiao would defeat Hai Myung Ko first. If that happened, his limelight would be stolen. Now that God had given him a chance to challenge Hai Myung Ko, he was so excited that his whole body was trembling. There were too many benefits to being the chosen one. Naturally, there were many martial artists eyeing it. If Hai Myung Ko wanted to keep his position as the first young master and successfully become the chosen one, he had to defeat one challenger after another. In the previous battles, she really did not meet any decent opponents. But this time, the Qin Bishue appeared. This was the first person who wanted to challenge her. When the referee announced the result of this duel, it was as if a shocking ultimate move had been thrown into the arena. The entire arena was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were on the battle stage. Ling Xiao was no exception. He had come here to defeat Ji Mingkong. In that case, he naturally wanted to take a good look at this battle. He had to find out just how powerful Ji Mingkong was. Ha ha, it's finally here. The battle between the Holy Sun and the Qin Bishue. The Qin Bishue's performance is more eye-catching than the twin stars, Ling Xiao and Long Chen's. That's right. Even if the Qin Bishue is not a match for the Holy Sun, he should be able to force the Holy Sun to use more than half of his strength. This will be interesting. That's right. The Holy Sun's previous battles were boring. Everyone was no match for him. It was so boring. Qin Bishue. Oh, Qin Bishue, you have to work harder. Even if you can't defeat the Holy Sun, you have to give us a good fight. Don't embarrass us too much. The moment the Qin Bishue heard the name of his opponent, his fighting spirit and murderous aura surged out instantly. His entire body was like a blade that directly slashed onto the martial arts stage. Standing around him, everyone was shocked by this fierce killing intent that made their entire body turn cold. The Holy Sun, Hai Myung-keo, just smiled and walked slowly into the ring. She looked so calm, as if she did not care about the Qin Bishue at all. Today, she had changed into men's clothes. She looked very handsome, but she did not seem to have any fighting spirit. Maybe it was because her opponent could not arouse her fighting spirit. The two young giants, the two-seated fighters, clashed fiercely. Gulp! Everyone could not help but swallow their saliva. They were extremely nervous. Your Highness the Holy Sun, if you had not met me, you might have been able to perform until the end. But now you have no chance. The Qin Bishue's aura continued to increase. He looked like a peerless demon, sword that had been unsheathed. I will defeat you and marry you. I will become the most successful man in the Sky Dragon continent. Hai Myung-keo smiled and brushed the dust off her clothes. Then she said, there are many people who want to marry me. Unfortunately, you don't have the luck. If it were junior brother Wushang, I would be interested in fighting with him. But you are not. Ha 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 ha. Cut the crap. Soon, you will know the real strength of the Qin Bishue. The Qin Bishue laughed wildly. Then he suddenly stopped laughing. The blood-red saber in his hand emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. He slashed it directly. The blade of the saber glowed a strange red, as if there were blood-red thunderbolts twining around it. Book of Bloody Saber, 4 directions slaughter. With a slash of the saber, blood-red lightning danced wildly and then condensed on the blood saber, causing the blood saber to suddenly expand several times. The thunderbolts in the air seemed to have been activated and helped the saber. I said it's useless. The Hai Myung-keo smiled faintly. A divine dragon shadow appeared behind her. It was the dragon soul of the immemorial nature dragon, one of the 9 dragon souls. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel the immemorial hell dragon sleeping in the mountain river realm suddenly roaring. It seemed to want to come out and fight the immemorial nature dragon. Although they were both dragons, and one of the 9 immemorial dragon kings. But the immemorial hell dragon did not have a good relationship with the immemorial nature dragon. Don't worry. There will be a time when you come out. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He and Hai Myung-keo would definitely have a battle. At that time, the immemorial hell dragon would have to fight the immemorial nature dragon. Ling Xiao looked at the arena again. The Qin Bishue's murderous move was easily blocked. Haim Myung-ko's slender hand was infused with the power of the nature dragon soul. She just stretched out her hand to block, and the saber chi shattered. It was as if a volcano had been instantly extinguished. However, the Qin Bishua's move was clearly not the only move. The so-called killing in all directions meant that one saber strike would cause all directions to tremble. Now, all the saber chi was attacking Haim Myung-ko. The first saber strike was blocked, but the second, third, and fourth saber strikes arrived in quick succession. The blood-red lightning was even more terrifying. This saber strike was even more ferocious than the previous one. Many of the young heavyweights were trembling inside. If they had been in her place, they would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, the entire arena seemed to have become a world of blood-red lightning. Each bolt of lightning was filled with murderous intent and the stench of blood. Just how many people had the Qin Bishua killed? This move is not bad, but it's a pity that it's against me. Sacred Ancestors' Long Fist. The Sacred Ancestors' Long Fist was a set of fist techniques created by the Human King. The name didn't sound very conspicuous, but it was considered a secret technique of the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family. Chapter 819. Although the Holy Ancestors' Long Fist was created by the Human King, it had been passed down for almost 100,000 years and was severely damaged. It was supposed to be a peerless technique, but now it was only a top-tier gold-grade martial art. It wasn't even a jade-grade martial art. However, this kind of fist technique still depended on who was using it. Ling Xiao had witnessed Haim Myung-ko's power today. She had only used a top-tier gold-grade martial art with one punch, but she had broken Qin Bishua's overbearing technique in an instant. The terrifying blood-red blade aura shattered one after another, as if it had met the most terrifying resistance in the world. It couldn't move an inch forward. A strange look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Although he did not like this holy son, he had to admit that this person's strength was indeed top-notch. Not only was his cultivation base strong, but his mastery of martial arts had reached the acme of perfection. Her holy ancestors' long fist had clearly been cultivated to the perfection level. Its power was no less than a jade-grade martial art. Moreover, she had the help of the natural dragon soul, which gave her an endless supply of power. Qin Bishua was like a challenger trying to break through the towering waves. No matter how strong the challenger was, he couldn't overcome the power of the sea. Holy Book of Bloody Blade, blood war in all directions. If killing in all directions didn't work, then he would fight in all directions. Qin Bishua's technique had been neutralized, but his confidence hadn't. In the face of such a strong opponent, his competitive spirit had been aroused. All the heavenly essence in his body condensed on the blood blade in his hand. With one slash, 8 blade shadows appeared, each one stronger than the previous one. The faces of the young martial artists who were closer to the martial arts stage instantly turned pale. This was because this move could draw in a martial artist's blood and qi, causing them to feel uncomfortable as their blood and qi churned. Its power was terrifying, causing these young martial artists to suffer a huge psychological trauma. Haim Myung-ko, who had been fighting with a smile on her face, frowned slightly. However, that was all. She slowly took a deep breath, and then the natural dragon soul behind her let out a loud dragon roar. Her entire being seemed to have fused with the dragon soul. Then he threw out a punch that turned into an extremely powerful divine dragon. It seemed like he was going to swallow the Qin Bishua in one gulp. Natural Dragon Fist. Just like its name, the moves of this punch were not flashy or complicated, but the power of the punch was enough to stupefy anyone who saw it. In that instant, the entire space of the martial arts stage seemed to have completely fused into this punch. With the will of nature, it blasted toward the Qin Bishua. It was unstoppable. There was no way to stop it. The void began to tear apart. Space began to distort. Most of the audience could no longer see the situation on the stage, especially the figure of the Qin Bishue, who was enveloped by the natural dragon fist. Ji Mingkong just stood there. From the beginning to the end, her feet didn't move from her position. He was like a king between heaven and earth, dominating heaven and earth. Even the leader of the Heavenly King sect, Sikong Zun, and the Holy Emperor could not help but nod in approval. Although Mingkong is a girl, she is outstanding. Although she is not as good as Yu Xianyue, she is definitely one of the best in this generation. I am relieved to pass the throne to her. The Holy Emperor was very satisfied. Yes, as long as the Heavenly Dragon Academy and the Sacred Dynasty unite, we will not only control the present, but also the future. The Sacred Dynasty will only become stronger and more invincible. Sikong Zun nodded slowly and said, "If anyone refuses to unite, they must die. The Sacred Dynasty does not need people with different opinions." Boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from the martial arts stage. The two of them hurriedly looked up. On the martial arts stage, cracks had already appeared on the original array, as if it could collapse at any time. Qin Bishue, on the other hand, was lying flat on the ground. Her breathing was ragged, and her face had turned completely red. Looks like the outcome has been decided. The Holy Sun is still too strong. In front of him, Qin Bishue, Ling Xiao, and Long Chen are nothing. Yes, as expected of the Holy Sun. I'm afraid it's just as he said. Only Mo Wushang can pose a threat to him. The natural dragon fist, the dragon fist technique. It really complements the Holy Sun's background. But I also admire Qin Bishue. He can actually force the Holy Sun to use the natural dragon fist. This kid's strength is really impressive. That's right. It's not that Qin Bishue is weak. It's that the Holy Sun is too strong. He's not on the same level as the rest. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, just when most people thought the battle was over and Qin Bishue had lost, a maniacal laugh suddenly sounded in the martial arts stage. Qin Bishue suddenly stood up. His whole body was covered in a blood-red color. I didn't want to use this move, but I have to in order to defeat you. Bloody Thunder Dance of the Holy Book of the Bloody Blade. Qin Bishue's voice sounded again. At that moment, the entire martial arts stage turned blood-red. Quick! Let's work together to repair the defensive array. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. The chief judge could see clearly that Qin Bishue's move was extremely powerful. It could definitely shatter the already cracked defensive array. Therefore, he shouted and jumped out. Together with the rest of the judges, they began to repair the defensive array. The two people in the martial arts stage were obviously not affected by the outside world. The blood-red lightning was wreaking havoc. Every bolt of lightning was a blood-red blade. In the past, people had said that it was impossible for blades to fall from the sky. However, at this moment, blades were falling from the sky in the martial arts stage. Moreover, every blade was extremely terrifying. All of the blood-red blades were charging toward Haim Myung-keo. They were so fast that they looked like streaks of lightning. Haim Myung-keo looked surprised. She did not expect Qin Bishue to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. At that moment, her entire body was enveloped by the blood-red lightning. It was impossible to see what was happening to her. Rumble! 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 Cracks started to appear on the martial arts stage. The defensive array was not damaged because the chief judge and the rest of the judges were doing their best to maintain it. However, this scene was enough to shock the audience. Qin Bishue has such a powerful move. Is Holy Sun going to lose? Many of Holy Sun's loyal fans in the audience were anxious. They were anxious because they could see how terrifying Qin Bishua's move was. They were all martial artists in the celestial realm. Naturally, they could see that Qin Bishua's bloody thunder dance could even kill a celestial realm martial artist in the one-line sky realm. Of course, it was only an ordinary martial artist in the one-line sky realm. If it was a genius martial artist, it would be impossible. However, the problem was that Hai Myung-keo was only a celestial realm martial artist. He had not even reached the celestial realm. Did that mean that he was doomed? Chapter 8:20. Boom! An incomparably powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky from the martial arts stage. It directly broke through the protective barrier and gushed out from the crack. Novel. When this aura collided with the countless Bloodblade Wild Lightning, it easily dissolved the Bloodblade Wild Lightning. This is the aura of the celestial being realm. My God, the Holy Sun has already reached the celestial being realm. It's the early stage of Yin and Yang heaven. How can we fight him? That's right. In the face of such a terrifying Holy Sun, who is qualified to fight him? Hai Myung-keo appeared on the stage again. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, revealing the appearance of a girl. The Holy Sun is really a woman. Damn, even a girl is so strong. We men can't live anymore. That's right, the Holy Sun is a woman. Since you all know, then I might as well announce on the spot that whoever obtains the title of Heaven's Chosen One can marry the Holy Sun and become my son-in-law. When the sage emperor saw that the Holy Sun had been exposed as a woman, he decided not to hide it anymore. In order to make the atmosphere of the competition even more exciting, and also to stimulate the fighting spirit of the genius cultivators, he announced this matter in public. What? Oh, I should have tried my best to enter the Heavenly Legends battle. The Holy Sun is so beautiful and powerful. If I marry her, I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. Well, don't think too much. The Holy Sun may not even want you as a slave. That's right. On the stage, Qin Bishua was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the gap between us to be so big. I thought you were just a warrior who had just reached the celestial being realm. But I didn't expect you to have reached the early stage of Yin and Yang heaven, the second stage of the celestial being realm. That's really shocking. I admit defeat. You know what's good for you? Hai Myung-keo said indifferently. But since you can force out my cultivation, you can be considered a great expert. When I become the Heaven's Chosen, I'll give you a position. Thank you, Your Highness, Holy Sun. Qin Bishua was pleasantly surprised. She cupped her hands in greeting before turning around and walking down the stage. Hai Myung-keo looked towards the audience. That was where Ling Xiao was. She really wanted to see Ling Xiao's expression. From her point of view, Ling Xiao was either shocked or frightened at this moment. The cauldron meeting would be very fun. But when she really turned her head, what she saw was an indifferent, smiling face. This smiling face was filled with confidence, without the slightest hint of panic or fear. Humph, how pretentious! Hai Myung-keo coldly snorted and walked down the stage. After absorbing Qin Bishua's luck, her ninth cauldron was getting clearer and clearer. The celestial being realm is at the early stage of Yin and Yang heaven. The Holy Sun's cultivation has an overwhelming advantage. Even Qin Bishua can't defeat her. Who else is qualified to fight her? If the result is so obvious, it will be too boring. Yeah, I really hope that a dark horse will emerge. Is it possible for Mo Wushang? Impossible. The Holy Sun and Mo Wushang are too close. Although Mo Wushang is the biggest threat to the Holy Sun, he is the one who has the least chance of defeating the Holy Sun. What about Long Chun or Ling Xiao? In the battle between Long Chun and Lu Taiying, Long Chun has already given it his all. I don't think he'll be a match for the son of Saint. As for Ling Xiao, we'll have to wait and see. After all, the opponents he defeated were much weaker than the son of Saint. That's right. When he defeats Qin Bishue, he may be qualified to fight the Holy Sun. Yes, but we won't be able to watch this round. We have to wait for the next round. I'm really looking forward to it. The later rounds, the fiercer the battles will be. Before, it was a competition of heroes, but now it's the Holy Sun's turn to dominate. It's somewhat disappointing. In the midst of the discussion, the 11th round of the competition came to an end. According to the rules, there was an hour's break between each round. On the one hand, it was to ensure that the warriors were in their best condition, so that the battles could be more exciting. On the other hand, it was naturally to ensure that the injured warriors could recover quickly. After an hour, the 12th round of the competition officially began. The first few rounds of the competition made the audience feel a little depressed. The battles were not between the top 10, although they were still exciting. However, for the audience who were eager to see who could challenge the Holy Sun, they were not convinced. But soon, the most exciting battle that they had been waiting for began. This battle was between Qin Bishue and Mo Wushang. Qin Bishue was defeated by the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko. Would he be defeated by Mo Wushang? The audience was a little nervous. Facing Qin Bishue, Mo Wushang did not dare to be careless. This was because he had seen the battle between Qin Bishue and Hai Myung Ko. He believed that he would not be able to withstand Qin Bishue's last move, Blood Thunder Dance. Therefore, he had to defeat Qin Bishue before he used that move. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. His Highness the Holy Sun said that you are stronger than me, but I don't believe that. Come, let me see just how powerful your soul secret technique is. Although Qin Bishue lost to Hai Myung Ko, he did not lose his confidence. After all, Hai Myung Ko's cultivation was much higher than his. Even if he lost, it would not be embarrassing. Then I'll let you try. Demon Eye Annihilation. Mo Wushang had used a move with terrifying lethality right from the start. Out of all the skills of the demonic eye, Annihilation was one of the most lethal. But the problem was that it was meaningless if it could not hit the target. Blood battle in all directions. Qin Bishue did not dare to underestimate Mo Wushang. Instead of dodging, he chose to meet force with force. He used his blood saber, and 8 saber shadows rushed toward Mo Wushang. A biting, cold, murderous aura pervaded the entire martial arts stage. Boom! The two attacks collided midway. The blood-red saber shadows collided with the blood-red soul energy. After a moment of stalemate, they exploded with a loud bang. In this first clash, they were actually evenly matched. Good, you do have some skills. But the Holy Sun's words were exaggerated. You are not as strong as I thought you were. Blood saber cannon, ambush from all sides. Mo Wushang used an even stronger saber technique. The entire arena seemed to have quieted down. The cold saber shadows moved in the blood-red viscous air. Their speed was shockingly fast. This was a move that Qin Bishue had not used before. Mo Wushang knew how terrifying this move was, so he did not dare to underestimate it. Demon Eye Illusion. Demon Eye Inextinguishable Dark Flame. Mo Wushang used the inextinguishable dark flame at the same time as he used his illusion. He was prepared to defeat Qin Bishue in this round. Otherwise, by the time Qin Bishue condensed that terrifying blood lightning dance, he would have no chance at all. Ha ha, idiot! My killing intent is boundless. Do you think your demon eye can trap me with your demon eye? Qin Bishue was not affected by Mo Wushang's illusion. His saber continued to slash out without stopping. Chapter 8:21. Kaboom! It was a terrifying blow and a terrifying saber aura. Mo Wushang's inextinguishable dark flame was completely destroyed. There was even a scar on his forehead right next to the demonic eye. He had almost been hit. How dare you injure my demonic eye? So what? Your strength is no match for the Holy Sun's. You're too biased. The secret soul technique is indeed powerful, but once it's countered by someone, there's no other way. The Qin Bishue sneered. Is that so? Then I'll show you a move that I've never used before. Demonic Eye, Demon King Transformation. As Mo Wushang's cold voice rang out, his body began to change rapidly. A pair of terrifying demonic horns grew from his head, and a pair of black wings sprouted from his back. The muscles on his body were also as tough as iron. The most terrifying thing was that his body had actually grown by more than 10 times. His huge body stood there, looking down at Qin Bishue just like a demon king. TSK. So it's related to Ye Qianxue. Ye Qianxue's transformation is very similar to Mo Wushang's. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. After transforming, Mo Wushang's demonic eye was not only more powerful, but his defense and strength were also greatly enhanced. He could even fly for a short period of time. He had originally planned to use this huge advantage to deal with Haim Myung KO, but now he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat the Qin Bishue. Oh, transformation? Not bad. But do you think you're the only one who can do it? The Qin Bishue revealed a strange smile. Blood Saber Transformation, Demon King of Slaughter. In an instant, the Qin Bishue's body also changed. His body did not grow bigger, but there was a strange layer of armor on his body. The blood saber in his hand was gone, and the armor was filled with sharp blades. His body did not grow bigger, but his speed and lethality had increased by leaps and bounds. All right, let's see whose transformation is stronger. The huge body clashed with the steel body. Amidst the chaos on the stage, only Mo Wushang's silhouette could be seen. From time to time, a blood-red light would shoot out from his devil eye. The Qin Bishue was so fast that it was almost impossible to see her. After dozens of rounds, the two of them separated again. You lost. Qin Bishue smiled. The blade on his body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. Why didn't you use this move against the Holy Sun? Mo Wushang had returned to his original state. His face was pale as he knelt on the ground with one knee. It was obvious that he had suffered some serious injuries. It's simple. This is my strongest move. Unfortunately, it's meaningless in the face of the Holy Sun, whose cultivation has reached the early stage of yin and yang heaven, so it's better to use it to deal with you. Qin Bishue smiled. You're right, I did lose. Mo Wushang's expression was somewhat gloomy. He had thought that he was the only one who was qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. But now, it seemed that he could not even defeat the Qin Bishue. How could he defeat the Holy Sun? After all, the Holy Sun had easily defeated the Qin Bishue. I didn't expect the Qin Bishue to have such a killer move. Alas, Mo Wushang has lost to him. Our last hope has been destroyed. It seems that there won't be any surprises. I'm looking forward to seeing Ling Xiao and Long Chen. Ling Xiao has not shown his true strength yet. Long Chen's strength has obviously increased greatly after his fight with Lu Tain. It's possible. Bai Qianjiao is also a possibility. Don't underestimate that woman. Did any of you think that she could defeat Hong Li? Speaking of Hong Li, it's a pity that she lost to Bai Qianjiao. It seems that she has not shown her full strength yet. It's useless to say anything now. Let's continue watching the competition. Perhaps we'll know the answer soon. The martial artists in the spectator stands were both anxious and disappointed. What made him anxious was that up until now, No one had been able to show that they were qualified to challenge the saint. They hoped that Ling Xiao, Long Chun by Qian Jiao, and Hong Li could show their true strength as soon as possible. As for the disappointment, it was purely because the Holy Sun was too strong. There was no suspense in the competition. Who would like to watch a competition without suspense? Of course, they would be unhappy. The Qin Bixue had absorbed Mo Wushang's luck. The luck that it had lost to Haim Myung-keo was completely recovered. Not only that, but it had also increased by a lot. It had reached the level of 8 cauldrons, which had surpassed Ling Zhao's. Mo Wushang, who had walked down from the stage, was a little dazed. Losing to the Qin Bixue was a big blow to him. He had thought that the only person he could not defeat was Haim Myung-keo. He did not expect that the Qin Bixue would make him taste his first defeat. Bai Qianjiao and Ling Xiao, whom he had not fought yet, could be a threat to him. Was he going to lose again? Before this match, he had never had such a thought. The 12th round of the competition continued. Soon, there was a confrontation between 2 strong warriors. The ones standing on the battle stage were actually Ling Xiao and Long Chun. Although I knew there would be a battle like this, I still think it's a little too early. Long Chun knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, but he did not want to admit defeat. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and his big brother Ling go all out. Your golden dragon form can actually be used by disguising yourself as a martial soul. That way, you will have your full strength. Even if you meet Mo Wushang, you won't lose. Ling Xiao also wanted to spar with Long Chun in a battle like this. A normal spar would not be as exciting as a battle like this. Moreover, if he wanted to hide his relationship with the Divine Sword Sect, he had to fight with Long Chun. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to see through him. Got it, Big Brother Ling. I won't go easy on you. Long Chun took a deep breath and entered the 10th form of the humanoid dragon form. In his normal form, he would be looking down on Ling Xiao. He did not have the qualifications to spar with Ling Xiao. Golden Dragon Fist Art. Long Chun had originally learned how to use a sword from Ling Xiao, but he was corrected by Ling Xiao. The Dragon Clan had strong defensive abilities. If they were to use a sword, it would be a waste. Only fist arts and physical fighting methods were more suitable for the Dragon Clan. One must know that the sharp claws and teeth of the Dragon Clan were not inferior to divine weapons at all. In Long Chen's heart, Ling Xiao was stronger than the Holy Sun. Therefore, he did not dare to go easy on him. There was no need to go easy on him because he knew that no matter how he attacked, it was impossible to hurt Ling Xiao. The terrifying golden dragon fist punched out one after another. It was as if the surrounding space was shaking. The cracks on the battle stage were getting bigger and bigger. At this time, his fighting strength had obviously surpassed the time when he fought with Lu Tain. The young people of this generation are really strong. This battle stage has been used for so many years. It was destroyed once when Ji Fuling fought with Yu Xianyue. I didn't expect that it would be destroyed again in this generation. That's right. To think that Long Chun can continue to improve in the midst of battle. Right now, his cultivation base and strength must have increased in all aspects. I reckon that Ling Xiao will have no choice but to unleash his true strength. Otherwise, he won't be a match for Long Chun. Chapter 8:22. Facing Long Chen's attack, Ling Xiao gathered 30% of his heavenly yuan force on the Hell Dragon sword and used the Cloud Dragon technique to stab out. This stab happened to hit the weakest spot of Long Chen's golden dragon fist. A gust of wind blew as the Hell Dragon roared. It was as if 2 divine dragons were roaring on the stage. Many warriors present had the same illusion. Poof! A strong sword intent gushed out from the Hell Dragon sword. After a moment of stalemate, it tore apart the huge golden dragon spring layer by layer. This stab not only blocked Long Chen's attack, but also destroyed Long Chen's protective heavenly yuan force. Both of them used swords, but they were much stronger than Lu Taiying. Long Chen's shirt was torn apart, and a large patch of dragon scales appeared on his chest. On the dragon scales, there was a white mark. Ling Zhao's sword broke his protective heavenly yuan force, but it couldn't pierce through his dragon scales. This was the source of the Dragon Clan's strong defense. Big Brother Ling is indeed Big Brother Ling. However, it's impossible for this sword to defeat me. Please use even more power. Golden Dragon Fist. Twin dragons fetch water. Long Chen admired Ling Xiao, but he didn't like Ling Xiao showing mercy to him. As his aura exploded, 2 golden dragons rushed out from his arms. This was the result of the combination of the terrifying heavenly yuan force and dragon's extinction. Fierce, domineering. Wang. The stage shook again, and the cracks became bigger. There were already some places where people couldn't stand. In the void, the golden ripples continued to spread. If it wasn't for the array, the warriors near the stage wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fine, you're my brother. I'll draw my sword. Ling Xiao gave Long Chen face. Although he didn't need to draw his sword to defeat Long Chen, he wanted to use his sword to make Long Chen lose in a more glorious way. The storage ring on his hand flashed with a faint blue light. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and the purple flash sword was already in his hand. To deal with a strong defense, only lightning internal force could have greater destructive power. Therefore, the purple flash sword was the most suitable. Not only did he draw the purple flash sword, but his heavenly yuan force had also increased to 40%. He drew his sword. He's finally unsheathed his sword. We can finally see Ling Xiao displaying his true swordsmanship. Not only that, but his heavenly elemental energy has also reached 40%. This level is already comparable to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. No wonder he could defeat Jian Wuji and Hong Samadhi. I'm afraid this is his trump card. This guy has finally met his match. Not only has he drawn his sword, but he has also revealed his full strength. Yes, although 40% of Heaven's essence energy isn't particularly strong, this person's control of power is very good. His 40% of Heaven's essence energy is probably equivalent to 60% of others. Yes, I feel the same way. After watching so many matches, if they still could not see Ling Zhao's superb control ability, then these martial artists were really incompetent. It's equivalent to 60% of someone else's Heaven's origin energy. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? His strength is indeed strong, but he can't simply boast about it. Some people naturally still did not believe it. They were both humans and geniuses. How could Ling Zhao's heavenly yuan force be stronger than others? With the purple flash sword in hand, 40% of Heaven's essence energy was completely unleashed. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of his swordsmanship was increasing crazily. The terrifying sword intent was also becoming more ferocious. Heavenly yuan force was a source of energy that was higher than true essence. Its existence was not only an increase in attack power, but also an increase in overall strength. Speed, strength, power, accuracy, technique, and so on were all greatly increased. It could even increase the explosive power of sword intent. Pu, sharp sword light flashed in the void, and the 2 golden dragons were sliced into pieces like hairtails on a chopping board. Then, they exploded one after another. Big Brother Ling is indeed powerful. We're both using 40% of Heaven's essence energy, but I really can't compare to you. Long Chen laughed bitterly. Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. They were both using 40% of Heaven's essence energy, but Ling Zhao's Heaven's essence energy seemed to always suppress him, making him unable to raise his head. No matter how ferocious his fist force was, it would be dissolved by the sword chi. Even the most valiant dragons would become useless hairpins. Dragon Emperor's protective art. At the critical moment, Long Chun roared. His heaven's essence energy combined with his true essence formed a layer of light golden film on the surface of his body. It was very thin, but its defensive power was absolutely shocking. This Dragon Emperor's protective art was originally a defensive martial art that Ling Xiao pursued. However, because Ling Xiao obtained the more powerful ancient Hell Dragon inheritance, this set of martial art became useless. He asked for a copy from the sect and gave it to Long Chun. It was most suitable for Long Chun to use it. Under the Dragon Emperor's protective art, Long Chun's eyes were wide open, emitting a strange golden light. He then put his fists together and blasted out an even stronger attack. Dragon Emperor's hegemony. This was the strongest move that Long Chun could use in his human dragon form. All the energy in his body was concentrated to one point, which could be used for both defense and offense. The ferocious Dragon Emperor seemed to have descended from the void, roaring furiously at Ling Xiao. Its huge head seemed to be able to easily swallow the entire martial arts stage. This was because Long Chun's cultivation was not high enough. If his cultivation was high enough, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could swallow a large city with this move. Of course, it should be more than enough to deal with a martial artist now. Facing this brazen attack, Ling Xiao smiled. Lightning flashed on the purple lightning sword, making Ling Xiao look like a god of lightning. This move will send you off the stage. Descent of the Sword Demon. This was the first move of the Shadow Sword art. Originally, there should be 13 human-shaped sword chis flying out. However, this time, when the first human-shaped sword chi flew out, Long Chun's entire defense collapsed. A helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat his big brother Ling, but he still found it unbelievable that he was sent flying like this. Too strong. So strong that it was unimaginable. Could it be that big brother Ling had also advanced to the heaven realm? Long Chun, who was sent flying, thought of this. Bang! Long Chun finally fell outside the sparring ring. Although he quickly stood up, he cupped his hands and said, "My strongest defense can't stop you, and my strongest attack can't hurt you. I can only admit defeat." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Long Chun did not have any dejected expression on his face. Instead, he was a little excited. He had always hoped to have a real fight with Ling Xiao. Today, it finally came true. Losing to Ling Xiao was not embarrassing. What was there to be dejected about? He could not be happier. If his big brother Ling could not even defeat him, how could the revival of the dragon race succeed? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Comprehend what I just told you well. If you can comprehend it, then you'll be able to enter the top 3 in this martial Dao festival. If not, then you can only enter the top 6 at most." Chapter 8:23. Long Chun's defense was indeed shocking, and his attack was also extremely powerful. However, these were all inferior to Ling Xiao's. Therefore, this battle was actually just Ling Xiao teaching Long Chun on the spot. After absorbing Long Chun's luck, Ling Xiao's luck had also reached 8 cauldrons, completely catching up with Qin Bishue. Based on the current situation, he was only second to Haim Myung-ko and by Qian Jiao and tied with Qin Bishue for 3rd place. That sword strike just now was indeed terrifying. "Bishue, are you confident?" The Bloodblade sect master no longer thought about defeating Haim Myung-ko. He had already lowered his expectations. As long as Qin Bishue could get 2nd place, it would be enough. However, after watching Ling Xiao and Long Chun's battle, he began to worry again. Ling Xiao, this brat, can unleash the power of 60% of his heavenly elemental energy with 40% of his heavenly elemental energy. You have to be careful. Sect Master, don't worry. If that's all he has, it's not enough. Even though Qin Bishua lost to Haim Myung Ko, not only did his arrogance not weaken, but it also became stronger. Perhaps he thought that he was the strongest other than Haim Myung Ko, so he had to perform well in front of Haim Myung Ko. I didn't expect this person's aura to become so strong after taking out his sword. That murderous aura doesn't lose to Qin Bishua's at all. He's not easy to deal with. I thought it would be good if he could get into the ranks of the 6 young lords. Now, it seems like he's even stronger. Mo Wushang frowned. After losing to Qin Bishua, he didn't want to lose to anyone other than Haim Myung Ko. Hong Li's expression was a little agitated. She had always wanted to suppress Qin Bishua and Ling Zhao's aura. However, although Qin Bishua lost to Haim Myung Ko, he won against Mo Wushang. Ling Zhao had not lost a single battle until now. It was simply a miracle. On the other hand, she had actually lost to her senior sister by Qianjiao. This made her very unhappy. Now, Ling Zhao had become her target. As long as she could defeat Ling Zhao, she felt that she would have a chance to regain the audience's recognition. Encountered Ling Zhao danger. Bai Qianjiao's expression was still indifferent, but she seemed to have sensed Ling Zhao's terrifying strength and muttered to herself. At this moment, the spectators were already discussing animatedly. Ling Zhao is still strong. He's firmly suppressing Long Chen. Looks like we've all misjudged him. He's the strongest supernova. Yeah, from this round, it seems like Ling Zhao and Long Chen have been holding back. But compared to Haim Myung Ko, there's still a big gap between them. But I still think he's the most likely to challenge Haim Myung Ko. Why? Think about it. So far, he has defeated Fire Devil Supremacy, Hong Samadhi, and Long Chen, 3 martial artists who are ranked in the top 10. Not to mention, he also defeated one of the 6 young masters, Jian Wuji. Yeah, in every battle, it feels like he's giving it his all. But in the next battle, he'll always surprise everyone. Even so, his future is not optimistic. His next opponents are the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang by Qianjiao, Qin Bishua, Hong Li, Lu Tayin, and Lan Yu and Lu Tayin are definitely not his opponents, so they can be eliminated. But the other 5 are not easy to deal with. Hong Li may have lost to Bai Qianjiao, but she may not lose to Ling Zhao. This is interesting. I'm finally looking forward to it. Can Ling Zhao keep winning? If Fire Devil Ancestor was a dark horse, then Ling Zhao would be a peerless dark horse that was almost purple. From the group stage until now, no matter who he met, he had never lost. No one even knew how strong he was or what his trump card was, because in every battle, he didn't seem to give it his all. He only revealed a little bit of his strength. Let's wait and see if this dark horse can be a dark horse until the end. After Ling Zhao defeated Long Chen, the next battle was by Qianjiao against Lu Tayin. Lu Tayin was very strong. Even though he lost to Long Chen, he had proved his strength with his swordsmanship. But unfortunately, he was facing Bai Qianjiao, who was ranked higher than him. In just 5 moves, Bai Qianjiao broke through Lu Tayin's protective barrier of heavenly elemental energy and defeated him. After this victory, Bai Qianjiao's popularity skyrocketed. Some even suspected that she was hiding her strength enough to fight with Haim Myung Ko. After that, the proud Hong Li was defeated by Fire Devil Supremacy again, which surprised everyone. The strength that Fire Devil Supremacy displayed had also broken through the celestial realm. However, he was only at the late stage of One Line Sky. He was still inferior to Haim Myung Ko. Originally, Fire Devil Supremacy didn't plan to reveal his strength so quickly. However, after experiencing defeat, he had no way out. Moreover, Haim Myung-ko had already revealed her strength. He had nothing to hide. Just as Fire Devil Supremacy's surprise ended, Haim Myung-ko's battle started again. Haim Myung-ko versus Mo Wushang. This was the battle between the first and second place of the previous tournament. Mo Wushang was naturally unwilling to admit defeat when facing Haim Myung-ko. Although he knew that he wasn't as strong as Haim Myung-ko, it wasn't in his character to admit defeat like this. However, during the battle, he realized that the current Haim Myung-ko was even stronger than the previous Haim Myung-ko. Not only did the gap between the two not close, but it also widened. His demonic "I was like a joke" in front of Haim Myung-ko. It didn't have any effect at all. Haim Myung-ko stood there and watched Mo Wushang act arrogantly. She gave Mo Wushang 10 moves. In the end, she used the same ordinary sacred ancestor's long fist and sent Mo Wushang flying out of the arena. Of course, she still gave Mo Wushang some face and didn't let him perform so tragically. After absorbing Mo Wushang's luck, Haim Myung-ko's ninth cauldron was close to being formed. It was basically 70% complete. It couldn't be helped. This last cauldron was much more difficult than the previous 8. Therefore, it wasn't easy to form the ninth cauldron. After Haim Myung-ko defeated Mo Wushang, the 12th round of the competition came to an end. After a short break, the 13th round officially began. The 13th round started with the highlight, Haim Myung-ko versus Long Chun. However, to the audience's disappointment, Long Chun chose to forfeit. He didn't even enter the arena. Many people thought that Long Chun chose to forfeit because he wasn't a match for Haim Myung-ko. No one would laugh at him. However, Long Chun understood that he had reached a critical moment in his comprehension. Even if his opponent wasn't Haim Myung-ko, he would still forfeit. How boring. Yeah, Qin Bishue, Mo Wushang, and Long Chun have already proven that they aren't a match for the Holy Sun. Could it be that the only ones we can hope for are Bai Qianjiao and Ling Xiao? It seems like that's the case. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I only hope that you can let us dream for a little longer. Chapter 8:24. The 13th round of the tournament continued. After Long Chun forfeited, the tournament went on for a few more boring matches. Finally, another highly anticipated duel began. Qin Bishue versus Bai Qianjiao. Qin Bishue had only lost to Haim Myung-ko. He had yet to lose to any other opponent. He had even defeated Gongzi Mo Wushang, who was ranked second in the previous tournament. Bai Qianjiao had yet to lose a single match as well. Keeping a low profile didn't mean that she was weak. After defeating strong opponents in a row, her reputation had risen to a new height. Many people even hoped that Bai Qianjiao could defeat Haim Myung-ko and even challenge Haim Myung-ko for first place. Therefore, this battle had become especially crucial. If Bai Qianjiao defeated Qin Bishue, there would still be hope. If she lost, the only person left who could challenge Haim Myung-ko would be Ling Xiao. Slaughter in all directions. Blood battle in all directions. Ambush from all sides. Blood thunder dance. As soon as the match began, Qin Bishue launched a fierce attack on Bai Qianjiao. This was his usual fighting style, no matter who he was up against. Terrifying blood-red light danced in the air. Blood-red lightning kept falling on the arena. The arena, which had just been repaired after the 12th round, cracked again. If it was someone other than Haim Myung-ko, they would have been defeated by Qin Bishue's crazy and powerful attacks. However, Bai Qianjiao was very special. The realm of clear water that she cultivated was very special. coupled with the fact that she could clearly see her opponent's weakness, she was always able to avoid Qin Bishua's killing moves at the most crucial moment. This greatly reduced the power of Qin Bishua's attacks. On top of that, she maintained a calm expression on her face, which made Qin Bishua very unhappy. However, even though he was unhappy, it wasn't easy to defeat by Qianjiao. Looking up from the bottom of the arena, the sky was filled with blood-red light and saber shadows that covered almost the entire arena. Only the center of the arena was a small patch of green water, which firmly protected Bai Qianjiao. Everyone could see that Bai Qianjiao was at a disadvantage. However, if Qin Bishua couldn't take down Bai Qianjiao in a short period of time, the tables would turn and Qin Bishua would be the one to lose. Qin Bishua clearly understood this. He did not hold back and immediately entered the state of blood saber transformation. He attempted to use his most powerful attack to break through Bai Qianjiao's jade water domain. Boom! Under Qin Bishua's continuous attacks, Bai Qianjiao only had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Good. Very good. Other than the Holy Sun, you are the strongest opponent I have ever met. However, today, I must defeat you. Buzz. At that moment, Qin Bishua's aura surged again. What? He's still hiding something? Mo Wushang, who had lost to Qin Bishua earlier, had an ugly expression on his face. He thought that he had forced Qin Bishua to use all of his strength. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case. How was he supposed to face Mo Wushang now? Ha ha ha. Mo Wushang, you don't have to take it to heart. I just broke through by chance after the battle with you. What a wonderful feeling. By Qianjiao, you are very strong, but you are also very unlucky. Lose. A bitter smile appeared on Bai Qianjiao's face. It seemed that she wasn't expressionless. It was just that she hadn't encountered any real difficulties yet. Boom! Bai Qianjiao was knocked out of the arena by Qin Bishua. She was defeated. Qin Bishua is getting stronger and stronger. Even Bai Qianjiao is no match for him. Will he become the second strongest person after the Holy Sun? Who knows? Let's continue watching. Ling Xiao might also be hiding something. I can only hope so. Hong Li versus Lu Tain. Many people supported Hong Li in this battle because they felt that Hong Li's strength was exaggerated. After losing to Bai Qianjiao and Fire Devil Supremacy in a row, Hong Li's strength was seriously doubted. However, Hong Li's performance was beyond their expectations. Facing Lu Tain, Hong Li wasn't as anxious and reckless as before. Instead, she felt more like Bai Qianjiao. Although this feeling was still immature, she defeated Lu Tain after 20 moves. Why do I feel that Hong Li has suddenly grown? Yes, but it's too late. She lost too many times before. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to get first place. That's not necessarily the case. The points of the Prodigy battle are different from ordinary points. It's based on how much luck one has. As long as she can defeat a few more experts, her luck will increase according to the multiplier, and she'll get more. Hong Li walked down the arena and went to the injured Bai Qianjiao. Senior sister, I finally understand what you said. It's good that you understand. You are Hong Li. After the carp leaps the dragon's gate, everyone will be impressed. The providence of the aquamarine shrine depends on you. Bai Qianjiao knew very well how terrifying Hong Li would be once she was enlightened. After the battle between Hong Li and Lu Tain, several more battles took place. Among them, Mo Wushang easily defeated his opponent and stopped his losing streak. No one would underestimate him. After all, he lost to two opponents. One was Han Myung-ko and the other was Qin Bishua, who were currently the most popular figures. In addition, Ling Xiao met Lan Yu, who took the initiative to admit defeat. she wasn't as battle-hungry as Long Chun. Since she knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, why would she waste her energy? After all, she still had a chance to enter the top 6, so she had to conserve her energy. After the 13th round, the 14th round began. As soon as this round began, Ling Xiao met a strong opponent, which caused the audience to cheer. Because his opponent was Mo Wushang. Mo Wushang had only lost to Qin Bishue and Han Miang KO. Whether Ling Xiao could defeat Mo Wushang would determine whether he, as a dark horse, could continue his miracle. No one would underestimate Ling Xiao, and no one would underestimate Mo Wushang. After all, Mo Wushang's demonic eye was terrifying. Not only could it easily see through the opponent's flaws, it also had many other special abilities. Of course, more importantly, many people had heard that Ling Xiao might have killed Mo Wushang's relative, Ye Qianxue, during the preliminaries. This caused Mo Wushang to hate Ling Xiao even more. Against Ling Xiao, perhaps Mo Wushang would be able to display more strength. However, Ling Xiao wasn't a pushover. Those who looked down on him had already lost. This included Hong Sanmei and Jian Wuji, the 2 young masters of the past. On the battle stage, Ling Xiao and Mo Wushang stood 100 meters apart, but their expressions were completely different. Ling Xiao was still calm and composed. Mo Wushang, on the other hand, was gnashing his teeth. In truth, among all the opponents, Ling Xiao was the least afraid of Mo Wushang. In terms of soul power, Mo Wushang wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Because of this, he was very calm. If the one standing opposite him was Han Miang KO, he might have a more serious expression, but there was no need for that now. Chapter 8:25. It's about to start. Not only are there no openings to hide from the demonic eye, it's also impossible to guard against illusions. Ling Xiao is a skill-based fighter. Once his moves are seen through, he'll be in trouble. That's right. If there's anyone who can counter Ling Xiao, it's probably Mo Wushang. His demonic eye is practically cheating. Sigh, I'm really nervous for Ling Xiao. I wonder how he'll deal with Mo Wushang's terrifying demonic eye. On the stage, Mo Wushang had already activated his demonic eye. A sharp red light enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Looks like I guessed right. You're actually full of weaknesses and openings. The only reason you're able to win against your opponents is because you're faster. He didn't attack directly, as if he wanted to use his words to deal a blow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled brightly. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. There's nothing wrong with being fast. Once you're fast, you can cover all your openings. Unfortunately, your speed is meaningless in front of me. Mo Wushang sneered. Before we fight, I want to ask you one thing. Were you the one who killed Ye Qianxue? Yes. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. I'll never let those who deserve to die go. Then you deserve to die too. Mo Wushang's expression turned ferocious, and his voice became unusually fierce. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me, Ling Xiao said indifferently. It might be difficult for others to kill you, but for me, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Not to mention that you're full of openings. Even if there's only one, you won't be able to escape my demonic eye. If Mo Wushang wanted to regain his confidence from Ling Xiao, he had to look down on Ling Xiao strategically and defeat Ling Xiao completely. Ah. Ling Xiao suddenly yawned. Are you going to attack or not? I don't have time to waste on you. You're courting death. Mo Wushang actually entered his transformation state. Under his huge body, Ling Xiao was like a tiny baby, not even worth mentioning. Demon Eye Annihilation. The moment he transformed, Mo Wushang made his move. He didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance. He wanted to cripple Ling Xiao with a single strike and force Ling Xiao out of today's competition. Of course, this was not enough to appease the hatred in his heart. Therefore, after the competition, he still had to find a way to kill Ling Xiao. Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't live. No matter what, he could not. When the spectators saw this, they knew that Mo Wushang intended to use all his strength to quickly defeat Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao had too many tricks up his sleeve. If the battle dragged on for too long, no one could predict what Ling Xiao would do next. That would be very disadvantageous for Mo Wushang. Hey, the competition hasn't started yet, right? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the referee's table. Normally, the referee would announce the start of the match. This time, however, Mo Wushang had obviously made his move first. You have nothing to lose anyway, so be it. At the referee's table, the head referee said calmly. The head referee had originally been looking forward to Ling Xiao's performance. However, he was still a member of the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. He didn't know what the Sacred Emperor had fed this old man, but in any case, this old man had been looking at Ling Xiao for a long time now. This should have been a clear violation of the rules, and Mo Wushang could have been directly ordered to lose. However, he didn't do so. Although the other 10 judges were unhappy, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the other party was too strong. Damn, isn't this a little too shameless? He attacked first, and the referee didn't do anything? Did Ling Xiao offend the referee? Who knows? Ling Xiao is in danger now. Due to the sudden attack, the demon eye's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already at Ling Xiao's throat. Mo Wushang was aiming for Ling Xiao's vitals. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao would definitely be injured by this attack, a strange black light appeared and blocked the red light. Then, the two forces exploded and disappeared. Look, what's that? The sharp-eyed people had already noticed that a huge eye had appeared above Ling Xiao's head. It was eerie, terrifying, and exuded an extremely evil aura. You have the demon eye, and I have the ghost eye. Also, I forgot to tell you that part of the ghost I was taken from Yaqianxue. After fusing with the soul lamp of the Lanternfish clan, it became like this. It's the key to my secret soul technique. Ling Xiao stood there with a smile on his face. He knew that the people of the Sky King sect were shameless, so he was guarding against Mo Wushang. Even though the other party had taken the credit, he still resolved it in an instant. However, because he had defended in a hurry, his strength was only on par with his opponent. What bullsh *T ghost eye? How can it be compared to my demon eye? Mo Wushang did not believe that Ling Xiao's ghost eye was so powerful. Yeah, this name doesn't sound good, and it doesn't reflect the characteristics of the fusion of the ghost eye and the soul lamp. In the fighting ring, Ling Xiao did not care about the ferocious Mo Wushang. Instead, he rubbed his chin as if he was thinking about something. Oh, right. I've thought of a better name. Let's call it the Eye of the World. The moment Ling Xiao thought of this name, his mountain river martial soul resonated. The mountain river world. The Eye of the World. So that's it. Unexpectedly, he had found the most suitable way to release the power of the mountain river martial soul. The Eye of the World would be the eye of the mountain river world, the representative of the mountain river martial soul. As the idea matured, a red sun appeared in the mountain river world. However, the red sun looked like the Eye of the World, overlooking the entire mountain river world. Ling Xiao had always felt that after he had reached the sky-human realm, the mountain river martial soul should have some special changes, such as adding some special effects. However, nothing happened. He did not expect it to be waiting here. He finally understood that the mountain river world was like a blank world except for the things that had been formed in the beginning. Everything had to be created by Ling Xiao. This world was created according to his creation. As for how the mountain river martial soul would develop, it would all depend on his creation. Seeing Ling Xiao standing there in a daze, Emo Wushang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He would not show mercy. Demon eye, inextinguishable dark flame. The terrifying black flame covered the entire fighting ring, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. What's wrong with Ling Xiao? Could it be that he's under an illusion? It must be. Look, he suddenly stopped moving. Sigh. I thought that Ling Xiao would give us a surprise and have the strength to defeat the Holy Sun. Now, it seems that he's even weaker than the Qin Bishua. That's right. Something's wrong. Look at the inextinguishable dark flame. Why did it take a detour? A shocking scene happened when the inextinguishable dark flame approached Ling Xiao. It actually bypassed Ling Xiao and only burned on the stage, but it was unable to harm Ling Xiao in the slightest. Chapter 8:26. Are all the disciples of the Heavenly King's sect so shameless? But it doesn't matter. I was in the wrong for being distracted during the competition. Your sneak attack wasn't wrong either. But the problem is that your sneak attack couldn't even hurt me. Isn't that too embarrassing? Ling Xiao seemed to have regained his senses. At the same time, the giant eye on top of his head also underwent a miraculous change. The originally incomparably evil aura actually became profound and mysterious. Enlightenment. This was something that martial artists often talked about. The ultimate of martial arts was the 3,000 Grand Das. Ling Xiao didn't understand what this meant in the past. Now he understood that although it was important to train hard, it was equally important to have an epiphany. Facing Emo Wushang today, he gained enlightenment. It was also because of this that the Mountain River martial spirit and Ghost Flame martial spirit merged and gave birth to a new Eye of the World. Emo Wushang was still in a state of shock. He didn't understand why his inextinguishable dark flame avoided Ling Xiao. Have you heard of the power of celestial phenomenon? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Didn't you notice that my Eye of the World is releasing the power of celestial phenomenon of the wind attribute? As the saying goes, if you understand one thing, you will understand all. The Mountain River world was a world. When Ling Xiao integrated the power of celestial phenomenon of the 12 golden lotus arts, it would form a true celestial phenomenon. However, the strength of Ling Xiao's cultivation level would directly affect the strength of these celestial phenomena. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog. Currently, Ling Xiao had grasped the power of these 5 celestial phenomena, and the Mountain River world also had these 5 celestial phenomena. When these celestial phenomena were displayed through the Eye of the World, they would merge with the power of heavenly Yuan Qi and soul force, becoming even more powerful. Celestial phenomenon of the world. Could it be that you've cultivated the 12 golden lotus arts? Emo Wushang seemed to be quite knowledgeable. He had also heard of the 12 golden lotus arts. That's right. What level are you at now? The 5th level. Ha ha ha, idiot. You actually cultivated such a sure-death martial art. Looks like I overestimated you. Emo Wushang suddenly laughed loudly, looking very proud. Definitely dead. Ling Xiao frowned and said, You seem to be very familiar with this kind of martial art. Of course, who in the 12 sects doesn't know of the 12 golden lotus arts? That is a martial art created by the craziest lotus grandmaster in history. It is said to be a gold grade martial art, but in reality, it is a martial art that can grow. However, it must be combined with the 9 great ancient dragon souls and the 12 sacred flames in order to truly grow. Emo Wushang smiled and said, Stupid people practice this kind of martial arts one after another. However, there are countless casualties. You will not be an exception. I see. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. No wonder the 12 golden lotus arts leveled up after he obtained the ancient hell dragon martial soul. It was actually because of this reason. Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli from Yuehua School probably knew about it, but they didn't tell Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao's heart was suddenly enlightened. Emo Wushang, since you told me all this, I will let you have 10 moves. If you can touch me within 10 moves, it will be considered my loss. After 10 moves, I will definitely attack. Ling Xiao didn't want to owe Emo Wushang a favor, and now was the time to return it. How dare you insult me? Emo Wushang roared angrily. Let's do it. 10 moves. Ling Xiao didn't care about Emo Wushang's anger at all. He just stood there and said indifferently, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Emo Wushang was really angry. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this, not even Hai Myung-keo, but now Ling Xiao actually dared to do so. His demonic eyes flickered continuously, and countless red lights shot out like dazzling fireworks and countless scarlet flying swords, enveloping Ling Xiao completely. Then he rushed forward, and after transforming, his huge claws viciously slapped at Ling Xiao. His idea was simple. Since you want to let me win, I will let you die. Chi 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 chi. Pung 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 pung. It was the annihilation ray, and the terrifying giant claws. Emo Wushang's attacks were ferocious. Facing such an attack, even the Qin Bishua had to transform to block it. But all of these attacks were dodged by Ling Xiao. On the stage, Ling Xiao looked like he was spreading his wings. However, every step he took was mysterious, and he just happened to be able to dodge Emo Wushang's attacks. There is one last move left. You have to seize the opportunity. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Ling Xiao actually had the time to remind Emo Wushang while he was moving. What the hell? How did this Ling Xiao have such a mysterious movement skill? Why didn't he use it before? Do you think that his previous opponents would let him use this movement skill to escape? That's right. If he didn't say that he would let Emo Wushang have 10 moves, he probably wouldn't have chosen to use this movement skill to dodge. Ha ha ha, there is hope. There is hope. What hope? There is hope that he can defeat the Holy Sun. At the very least, he is qualified to challenge him. With such a movement skill, even the Holy Sun would have a hard time catching him. That seems to be the case. The martial artists in the stands were excited. Ling Xiao's battle had given them a new surprise. First, it was the Eye of the World. Then, it was the Cloud Dragon Divine Traveler, Illusory Array. They finally felt that there was suspense in the competition for the chosen one once again. Go to hell. Demon Eye Ultimate Strike. Originally, Emo Wushang wouldn't have been able to use this move under the pressure of his opponent. This was because he needed a long time to prepare. But this time, Ling Xiao gave him a handicap of 10 moves, giving him such a chance. At that moment, the sky changed color. The entire space turned blood red. Above the terrifying demonic eye, a thick red light continuously condensed and then suddenly shot out. In that instant, the entire stage shattered. The two contestants could only fight in the void. 10 moves have passed. You can lose now. The commotion wasn't as great as Emo Wushang's, but the effect was absolute. Ling Xiao easily reached Emo Wushang's side. The energy sword in his hand was already dripping with blood. On Emo Wushang's neck, there was an obvious wound. You'd better not move. Otherwise, next time, it won't be a simple external injury. Your head will be separated from your body. Emo Wushang refused to accept it. No one had ever been able to take 10 moves from him without getting hurt. Hai Myung-keo might have been able to, but she had never tried. But now, he had no choice but to accept it, because he didn't dare to move. The piercing pain on his neck continued. if he dared to move. Ling Xiao would really use the energy sword to cut off his head. Still not announcing the result. Ling Xiao looked at the judges and asked coldly, "Head judge, I don't know what I've done to offend you, but in this kind of competition, if you cheat, the sacred dynasty will lose face." He hasn't admitted defeat. How am I supposed to announce it? The head judge's face turned red as he shouted. After all, he still cared about his reputation. Chapter 8:27. Mo Wushang, you're not admitting defeat. Ling Xiao looked at Mo Wushang and asked coldly, "There's only a Mo Wushang who dies standing, not a Mo Wushang who admits defeat." Scram! Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with Mo Wushang. He kicked Mo Wushang's face and sent his huge body flying out of the arena. Many people were stunned by this scene. After all, he looked as delicate as a baby in front of Mo Wushang. Thinking about the scene of a baby kicking an adult into the air, it was indeed quite strange. Mo Wushang collapsed outside the arena. The head judge had no choice but to announce Ling Xiao's victory. At the same time, Ling Xiao absorbed Mo Wushang's luck and began to condense his ninth cauldron. He was now second only to Hai Myung-ko and had surpassed by Qianjiao. At that moment, the spectator stands were completely silent. They had thought that it would be an even match, with Mo Wushang having the upper hand. But in the end, it had become Ling Xiao's performance. In front of him, Mo Wushang was as weak as a 3-year-old child. This Ling Xiao is too scary. I can still understand the movement technique at the end because it's fast and mysterious. But what's going on at the beginning? Why didn't the inextinguishable dark flame attack him? I think he said something about celestial energy. 12 golden lotus arts. Yes. It's the celestial energy produced after cultivating the 12 golden lotus arts. It's said that after cultivating this internal cultivation technique, whether it's true yuan or heavenly yuan, it will be completely transformed into celestial energy. It's extremely powerful. That's an ability that only a god can have. Isn't Master Lotus a god? No human has ever been able to successfully cultivate the martial arts that he created. Most people would give up after cultivating to the first or second level, while a portion of people died tragically because of cultivating this martial arts. But what's this Ling Xiao? He's a human. Why isn't he dead? Why is he so strong? It's not time yet. Didn't you hear what he said? Right now, he's only at the 5th level. The further he cultivates, the more dangerous it gets. The more he cultivates, the easier it will be for problems to arise. Sigh, I thought he could surpass the Holy Sun. Who knew that it was just a flash in the pan? Forget it, he can't surpass the Holy Sun. As long as he can reach the level of the Qin Bishue, it's enough. Who knows what will happen next? That's right, he might lose if he meets Qianjiao. At the end of the day, Ling Xiao still didn't have much of a fan base. Although he had relied on his own strength to rise up and attract a group of fans, there were still more people who didn't think highly of him, even if he defeated Mo's son. However, there were still by Qianjiao, Qin Bishue, and Hong Li who had obviously undergone a transformation. He Wushang's, Lin, he might not even a single win. Soon, the 14th round ended. After resting for 2 hours, the 15th round began. The closer it was to the end, the more the audience was focused on it. The matches after the 10th place became a rest period. Many of the audience even used this time to go to the toilet. In the first few matches, the ones that really caught their attention were the battles between Fire Demon Ancestor and Hong Samadhi, and Hong Li and Mo Wushang. After all, Fire Demon Ancestor's cultivation had reached the advanced stage of One-Line Sky. Against Hong Samadhi, he won easily without much effort. His luck naturally increased as well. The battle between Hong Li and Mo Wushang was exceptionally exciting. Just as Bai Qianjiao said, Hong Li was like a carp that had jumped through the dragon's gate. She had completely transformed into an enhanced version of Bai Qianjiao. Bai Qianjiao alone was enough to fight against Mo Wushang, not to mention the enhanced version of Bai Qianjiao. In the end, Mo Wushang lost to Hong Li after 200 moves. This was a huge blow to Mo Wushang. Losing to Hai Miang-ko and Qin Bixue was nothing. However, losing to Ling Xiao and then to Hong Li was something he simply could not accept. As a result, the upper echelons of the Heavenly King sect did not look too good. After these two matches, the most anticipated match was the one between Long Chun and Hong Samadhi. Although Long Chun was favored, the only one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty that he had defeated was Lu Taiying. It was very difficult for him to win. Although Hong Samadhi had lost a few matches in a row, he was actually stronger than Lu Taiying. However, he lost this match very easily. After understanding Ling Zhao's words, Long Chun cleverly disguised the power of his golden dragon as the power of his martial soul. With this, his strength had increased tremendously. It was reasonable for him to defeat Hong Samadhi. The next match will be Ling Xiao against Bai Qianjiao. The head judge seemed to be excited. He seemed to think that Bai Qianjiao could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. In the VIP seats, the sect leader of Heavenly King sect, Si Kongzun, and Sheng Di smiled. Ling Xiao, this dark horse, really gave them a headache. Someone had to be able to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, who knew where this fellow's tail would end up sticking out? The audience was in an uproar. Although Bai Qianjiao lost to Qin Bixue, it was because Qin Bixue had broken through to the celestial realm. If not, Qin Bixue would be the one to lose in the end. Therefore, the audience thought highly of Bai Qianjiao. As for Ling Xiao, it was needless to say. This dark horse had already defeated Jian Wuji, Hong Samadhi, and Mo Wushang, these 3 young masters. It seemed that the reputation of the 6 young masters would be completely destroyed by Ling Xiao today. Of course, to Ling Xiao, this battle was more important than the audience thought. He was a human, and Bai Qianjiao was from the Sea clan. She was a martial artist belonging to the Storm Legion. The Sea clan had never given up on destroying the human race. It had been like this since ancient times. The true Demon Emperor had almost completed this task. Now that the Storm Legion was attacking, Bai Qianjiao would undoubtedly become the front line of the Sea clan. Therefore, he could not lose to Bai Qianjiao. Losing to a foreign race made him feel worse than losing to Hai Miang-ko. Before the battle, can you answer a question for me? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Of course. Bai Qianjiao did not refuse. What I want to ask is, if the human race and the Sea clan go to war one day, what will your choice be? Ling Xiao felt that this question was very important. You actually know about the Sea clan. As expected, you are not simple. Bai Qianjiao frowned and said coldly, although I admire you as a human, I am a pawn of the Storm Legion. I must prioritize the Sea clan. I will not show mercy to humans. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I also admire you. Your talent is not very good, but you can rely on your own efforts to master the blue water domain. However, in the face of righteousness, there is no room for carelessness. Come, let me see your righteousness. Bai Qianjiao took a deep breath. Since the opponent already knew her identity as a member of the Sea clan, she could completely let go. In the previous battle, she was afraid that the opponent would discover her identity. There were some moves that she did not use. Chapter 8:28. On the completely repaired fighting ring, a man and a woman stood 100 meters apart from each other. On the left was Ling Xiao, who was still dressed in green and looked very ordinary. However, the person under the green robe was not ordinary. He, who had defeated 3 young masters in a row, had become the most anticipated opponent to defeat Han Myung KO. On the other side, Bai Qianjiao was dressed in white, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. She slowly pulled out a sword from her storage ring. It was a slender and flexible sword. It was an immortal-grade artifact of the water attribute, and it was inlaid with the heart of the ocean. Bai Qianjiao had never used a sword in the previous battles. Even Hong Li did not know that she could use a sword. Among so many opponents, only you are worthy of my sword. Bai Qianjiao showed a beautiful smile that she had never shown before. Oh, you flatter me. Qin Bishue defeated you. Ling Xiao said lightly. He suppressed me with his cultivation in the last stage. Even if I used my sword, it was useless. The gap in cultivation is still difficult to make up for, especially between the transcendent realm and the celestial realm. The gap is too big. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and said, "Is that so?" Ling Xiao smiled. In any case, he didn't need to use his cultivation to suppress Bai Qianjiao. That would be too boring, and he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Yes. After taking a deep breath, Bai Qianjiao stopped talking. Her bright eyes stared at Ling Xiao. All the opportunities were locked on Ling Xiao. To be honest, compared to the domineering and murderous Qin Bishue, Ling Xiao not only gave her more pressure, but also made him more difficult for her to figure out. She did not know whether Ling Xiao or Qin Bishue was stronger, but she knew one thing very well. Qin Bishue's strength was transparent, and it could be seen at a glance. However, Ling Xiao's strength had always been hazy. No one knew how strong he was. Humans' fear of the unknown came from the bottom of their hearts. It was not something that could be easily shaken off. Jade Water Sword Technique, Fury of Water. The Jade Water Sword Technique originated from the Jade Water domain. Only after cultivating to a certain level would one be able to comprehend it. Therefore, Bai Qianjiao's swordsmanship was unique. In the Jade Water Divine Palace, apart from the palace master, there was probably no one else who could use it. Bai Qianjiao's body was as slow as water, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the distance between the two of them was reduced to less than 10 meters. Bai Qianjiao's sword finally stabbed out for the first time. Wrapped in a strange sword intent, the entire air instantly became turbulent. It was as if a raging sea had been stirred up with monstrous waves. As for the ray of light in the turbulent waves, it was the terrifying sword light. She had borrowed the power of the sea to greatly increase the artistic conception and power of the swordsmanship. Below the stage, Hong Li's eyes lit up. She thought that Ling Xiao was really powerful. He had actually forced her senior sister to use her true, unique skill. Not only that, but everything about Bai Qianjiao seemed to have improved further. It was as if all of these had descended on her in order to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face was still indifferent. There was no sword in his hand. The sword in his heart had already taken shape. His fingertips emitted an astonishing aura. Qi's sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light, like a flashing viper shooting out of a dark cave. As if it had been calculated, it accurately stabbed Bai Qianjiao's sword. In terms of seeing through weaknesses, Ling Xiao was much better than Bai Qianjiao. Whether it was the power of the sea or the sword intent, it could not change Ling Xiao's strong will and flexible skills. The world of mountains and rivers was eternal. Even if it fell, it could be reborn. It seemed to be an existence that was more eternal than heaven and earth. Clang! The Qi sword collided with the treasure sword. The powerful divine essence burst out with astonishing sparks, as bright as the stars in the night. Buzz, it hurts, my ears hurt. In the audience, a Heaven Pulse martial artist suddenly held his ears and exclaimed. At this time, his ears seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. That kind of pain really caused him to be endlessly terrified. Me too, what's going on? It should be the sword intent. It's definitely the effect of the sword intent. Both of them use swords, and the sword intent is very strong. Even if there is a protective array, it still makes people feel uncomfortable. Humph, those who are not strong enough should stay away. Don't be deaf and blind. A celestial realm martial artist snorted coldly, although it seemed that he was not affected at all. In fact, he was not. His ears were fine, but his body trembled violently. It was as if a terrifying chill had rushed into his body, causing him to feel cold all over. Both of them are skill-based swordsmen. Every strike they make is focused on concentrating their energy into a single point to achieve the most powerful attack. This is the so-called unconventional way of swordsmanship. People who use swords often pursue the pinnacle of attacks. The one who spoke was a Grotto Heaven realm judge. He was also a sword user, so he naturally knew best. Humph, I didn't expect this shameless kid to have some skills. The head judge snorted coldly, his eyes filled with complexity. He guessed that the sage emperor had said something bad about Ling Xiao in front of him. Otherwise, why would he suddenly hate Ling Xiao so much when he was looking forward to it? While the crowd was discussing animatedly, the battle on the martial arts stage had already entered the exciting stage of exchanging blows. Ding, 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 swordlight came and went. The sword wind danced like thunder. On the stage, ear-piercing sounds of collisions constantly rang out. The terrifying sound and power overflowed, causing cracks to appear on the protective wall. As for the stage, it was once again covered in scars. This martial arts stage is really no good. In the next competition, I must use better materials and set up a stronger array. Otherwise, the martial arts stage will be destroyed as soon as the competition starts. How can I continue then? Of course, the tournament could continue. Anyway, the area of the stage was fixed. There was no stage to stand on, so the two of them could fight in midair. As long as one reached the level of a Heaven Pulse realm martial artist, even if they could not fly, they could still float in midair for a period of time. Jade Water Sword Technique, Song of Water. Her continuous attacks were easily resolved by Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao frowned even more. She had no choice but to retreat suddenly and change her move. The sword technique that was originally angry suddenly became cheerful. However, in this cheerfulness, there was a terrifying killing intent. It was like the song of a sword. Rings after rings of sword light appeared in the air, weaving into a battle melody. Then, all of them pounced on Ling Xiao. Boom! The sword light that intertwined with the song was completely destroyed. It was completely destroyed by a huge sword that was condensed with black and gold flames. Ling Xiao finally used the Hell Dragon Sword. After destroying Bai Qianjiao's attack, the Hell Dragon Sword shot towards Bai Qianjiao with unstoppable momentum. Ling Xiao's counterattack had finally begun. Previously, he had only defended and not counterattacked because he wanted to gain some experience from Bai Qianjiao's sword technique. However, he could not keep defending passively. There had to be a winner. Chapter 8:29. The Hell Dragon Sword, condensed with 40% heaven elemental energy, carried the power of thunder and lightning and rushed towards Bai Qianjiao with a roar. How can he be so strong? Bai Qianjiao's face turned pale. Run! Because she was a sword expert, she knew clearly that she couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack. Even if she used her full strength, it would be useless. Too fast, too strong. It was as if the ancient hell dragon had come back to life. She would have nightmares during the day. 60% sword intent, lone peak kill. While using the Jade Water Realm, Bai Qianjiao retreated desperately. Her slippery body technique increased in speed. In the audience, many people didn't understand why Bai Qianjiao retreated. but the powerful people knew that if they didn't retreat, they would be defeated. Pucci. In the end, she couldn't dodge Ling Zhao's attack. Bai Qianjiao's shoulder was sliced off a layer of flesh that was 3 inches thick. Even her bones were cut open. Ling Zhao stopped and smiled. You are indeed powerful. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the power of my attack. They would definitely choose to meet force with force. The result would be very tragic. Perhaps you are worthy of my sword. A sword appeared in his hand. It was the Overflow Rain Sword. Every sword corresponded to a type of celestial energy. When using the same martial skill, it would produce a completely different effect. Ling Zhao chose the Overflow Rain Sword because it was the most powerful for the sword's sole doppelganger of the Shadow Sword technique. Bai Qianjiao's body technique was very powerful, especially after using the Jade Water Realm. It was very difficult to attack her, but if the sword Soul Doppelganger's power increased, Ling Zhao would be able to encircle Bai Qianjiao. At that time, no matter how good her body technique was, it would be meaningless. Bai Qianjiao frowned. The injury on her shoulder was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was indeed not human. Humans did not have such a powerful talent. Unless they cultivated some special martial arts or reached a certain level of cultivation. Bai Qianjiao had not used any martial arts earlier, and her cultivation had not even broken through to the celestial realm. So, the only explanation was that she had a talent for self-healing. Is this your sword technique? Terrifying indeed. But if that's all you've got, you won't be able to defeat me. Bai Qianjiao looked at Ling Zhao. Although she was shocked by Ling Zhao's terrifying attack, it was not enough to make her despair. Ling Zhao smiled and said, Is that so? Your ability had better match your confidence. Otherwise, Jian Wuji, Hong Samadhi, and Mo Wushang would be your role models. Come on, don't hold back. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, you won't have any chance to show it. Ling Zhao was naturally not afraid of Bai Qianjiao. His failure to defeat Bai Qianjiao with the Hell Dragon Sword was indeed unexpected, but that was because he had suppressed his cultivation and did not use his sword. Next, with the Overflow Rain Sword in hand, the battle had just begun. Jade Water Sword technique, Mirror of Water. Bai Qianjiao's injuries had mostly recovered in a short period of time, although many martial artists suspected that she was not human. So what if she was not human? Back then, the human king's goal was for all races to live in harmony and coexist peacefully. It was not strange for some humans to awaken their ancestral bloodline. At this moment, Bai Qianjiao had already launched another attack. The power of this sword was clearly stronger than the previous 2 moves. Within the mirror-like jade water domain, countless sharp sword chi actually appeared and shot out crazily. Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword, Sunrise Sword Radiance. The sun was high in the sky, and the sword radiance was like golden sunlight shooting down. No matter how many sword radiances Bai Qianjiao had, they were all blocked by the sun-like sword radiance and destroyed. Standing there, Ling Zhao held the Overflow Rain Sword in his right hand and the Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword in his left hand. He was like a god, causing countless female disciples to scream in shock. Crackle! No matter what technique, no matter what trick. In short, in the face of great power, everything became meaningless. Perhaps this mirror of water could threaten many people. Even the Qin Bishua might not be able to block it easily, but it was useless against Ling Zhao. Bai Qianjiao seemed to understand this as well, which was why, after releasing the mirror of water, she actually used the water flow as a cover to unleash an astonishing movement technique, stabbing towards Ling Zhao's throat. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Bai Qianjiao's sword was easily blocked by Ling Zhao's Overflow Rain Sword. Not only that, the Overflow Rain Sword in Ling Zhao's hand shook slightly. It slid past Bai Qianjiao's sword and attacked Bai Qianjiao's slender hand. Bai Qianjiao's expression changed. Ling Xiao was indeed as difficult to deal with and as unpredictable as she had imagined. She could not understand Ling Xiao's thoughts and attack methods at all. Every time she felt that she could hurt him, she realized that she was the one in danger. Bai Qianjiao retreated rapidly again. "I'm tired of it. Your moves are beautiful, but they are meaningless to me. So let's end this battle." As she retreated, Ling Xiao's ghostly voice sounded in Bai Qianjiao's ears. Then she saw a sword flash past. Her protective, heavenly essence energy was completely shattered, and she fell to the ground uncontrollably. Bang! Uffed! Bai Qianjiao spat out a mouthful of blood when she landed. Only then did she realize that she had landed outside the arena. Ling Xiao said it was over, and it was over. She did not have any chance to turn the situation around. "I've lost, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Qin Bixue is definitely not your match, and neither is Hai Miang-Ko. It seems like you, the dark horse, will be the dark horse to the end today." Bai Qianjiao's words were very loud and clear. There was not a single person present who was unable to hear them. "You flatter me." Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. After absorbing Bai Qianjiao's luck, his luck was infinitely close to Hai Miang-Ko's. He was very close to the ninth cauldron's complete formation. However, because of Bai Qianjiao's words, the audience was in chaos. "What? Bai Qianjiao said that Ling Xiao is more powerful than Qin Bixue and Hai Miang-Ko? How is that possible? Qin Bixue has been promoted to the celestial being realm, and the Holy Sun, Hai Miang-Ko, is at the early stage of yin and yang heaven. Ling Xiao can't make up for this advantage in cultivation. Is Ling Xiao's cultivation also in the celestial being realm? That's impossible. So far, you've seen that all his moves and attacks are at the level of a celestial being realm martial artist. If he's in the celestial being realm, would he need to spend so much effort? It's hard to say. Ling Xiao has now defeated 4 childs. The remaining 2 are Hai Miang-Ko and Lu Tain. There's no doubt about his strength. TSK, Lu Tain is definitely no match for Ling Xiao. Doesn't that mean that 5 of the 6 childs of the sacred dynasty have been defeated by him? This guy is really dark. I don't know if he can be so dark that he can even defeat the Holy Sun. In the eyes of the audience, Ling Xiao had created a real miracle today. Chapter 830. Among the 20 geniuses, only the Holy Sun Hai Miang-Ko, Qin Bixue, Hong Li, and Lu Tain had yet to fight with Ling Xiao. Lu Tain was definitely not a match for Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao would be the miraculous existence who defeated the 5 young masters of the sacred dynasty by himself. Even if he lost to Hai Miang-Ko, Qin Bixue, or even Hong Li, it wouldn't be a big deal, because he had already proven himself. He would definitely be one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. The palace master of the Aquamarine Divine Palace didn't look too good. She couldn't accept losing to a human. If she had lost to the Holy Sun Hai Miang-Ko, she would have let it go. Even if she had lost to Qin Bixue, a warrior who had advanced to the celestial realm, she could barely suppress her anger. However, losing to Ling Xiao, an opponent of the same realm, was something she really couldn't bear. When we go back, throw Bai Qianjiao into the cold pool. If she can't break through to the celestial realm, she can't come out. And Hong Li, if you can't defeat Ling Xiao, you can accompany your senior sister Bai Qianjiao. After all, the palace master of the Aquamarine Divine Palace couldn't deal with Ling Xiao personally, so she could only warn Hong Li to defeat Ling Xiao in the next battle. In this way, she might be able to save some face for the Aquamarine Divine Palace. Hey, this kid is really strong. The next battle is going to be interesting. but Bai Qianjiao actually said that this kid is stronger than me? What a joke. Qin Bixue was originally interested in Ling Xiao. Now that she saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Bai Qianjiao, her interest was greatly piqued. You'd better not lose before I fight you. Otherwise, I'll be too disappointed. The battle between Ling Xiao and Bai Qianjiao was the highlight of the 15 rounds. In the following battle, the audience kept discussing this battle. Of course, this was also because the battle between the Holy Sun, Haim Myung-ko, and Fire Devil Venerable was too boring. That fella, Fire Demon Supremacy, actually chose to admit defeat. The battle that the audience had been looking forward to ended without a conclusion. After the 15th round ended, all the martial artists had a meal and rested for a relatively long time. Then, the 16th round officially began. The first match was particularly interesting. The two opponents were Mo Wushang and Long Chen. In this battle, many people had thought that Long Chen wouldn't be young Noble Missouri Wushang's match. It was estimated that he would be able to end the battle within 10 moves. After all, even though Mo Wushang had lost to Haim Myung-ko, Ling Xiao, and Qin Bixue, he had never lost to anyone else, and it didn't seem to be particularly difficult to win. However, after the battle started, Long Chen's performance was extremely shocking. A golden dragon materialized behind him, and its terrifying combat prowess and defensive prowess gave the Qin Bixue a headache, not to mention ending the battle within 10 moves. The two fought for 200 moves. In the end, neither Mo Wushang nor Long Chen could hurt each other, and the head judge declared it a draw. It couldn't be helped. Mo Wushang's illusions were too powerful, and Long Chen's defensive prowess combined with Dragon's aura allowed him to completely ignore Mo Wushang's illusions. In Ling Xiao's opinion, if the two of them wanted to end the battle, it would take at least 500 moves. Mo Wushang was probably better than Long Chen. After all, he was a veteran and had much more experience than Long Chen. It was a pity that the prodigy battle required a victor to be decided within 300 moves. Because of this, it could only be considered a draw. After all, if the battle went on for too long, the audience would get tired. In the following battles, the two people who received the most attention were naturally Ling Xiao and Haim Myung-ko. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's opponent was Lu Taiying. Although his opponent didn't admit defeat, Ling Xiao easily won with his Hell Dragon sword. Without any suspense, he had achieved the legend of defeating 5 of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. This story would probably spread throughout the entire Heavenly Dragon continent sooner or later. Haim Myung-ko's opponent was Bai Qianjiao. This was a battle between two strong opponents. After the battle between Bai Qianjiao and Ling Xiao, not only did her jade water sword technique improve, but her cultivation also finally broke through the shackles and broke through to the one-line sky early stage. These geniuses had already reached the limit of the transcendent realm, and all they needed was an opportunity. Although Bai Qianjiao lost to Ling Xiao, she also benefited a lot. But even so, she still didn't have a chance of winning against Haim Myung-ko. In the battle arena, Bai Qianjiao could be considered to have given it her all. She didn't choose to admit defeat like Fire Demon Commander. Instead, she wanted to fully display her jade water sword technique. She had to leave a scar on Haim Myung-ko's body. However, the battle didn't develop in the direction she wanted. The only reason was that Haim Myung-ko was too strong. No matter what sword technique Bai Qianjiao used, Haim Myung-ko always only had one punch, and it was the most ordinary divine ancestor's long fist. The terrifying power directly deformed the protective wall of the battle arena. If the protective wall hadn't been strengthened by the chief judge and the others, it would have been completely destroyed. Just how powerful is this attack? Even the defensive wall can't withstand it. In the stands, countless people were exclaiming in their hearts. The previous attacks of those people merely broke through the martial arts platform, but this defensive wall is much tougher than the martial arts platform. It's close to the defense of a martial arts practitioner at the peak of the yin and yang heavenly peak, yet it was actually deformed. Why do I feel like there's no hope? Yeah, the Holy Sun is so much stronger than the others. They're not even on the same level. Even Ling Xiao is not worth mentioning in front of her. I feel the same way. Every time the Holy Sun attacks, I feel like I'm in despair. This is definitely not the full strength of the Holy Sun. How can her martial skill be only a broken gold grade martial skill like Divine Ancestor's long fist? That's right. If she attacks with all her strength, I'm afraid my protective wall will be destroyed. Not only were the audience surprised, but all the young dancers except Ling Xiao were also shocked. The disciples of the Heavenly King sect were very proud. With such a senior sister, they would have many more opportunities. After all, as long as Hai Myung-ko obtained the luck of the 9 cauldrons, the luck of the Heavenly King sect would be greatly improved. As long as one was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, he would be able to benefit from it. It's time to end it by Qianjiao. Although you're powerful, you're still far from me. Hai Myung-ko and Bai Qianjiao fought for a few rounds. It was like playing a game. The last punch ended the battle. Bai Qianjiao was beaten until she couldn't stand up. She had to admit defeat. It started with a punch. It ended with a punch. It was so domineering that it was amazing. This was the Holy Sun, considered the strongest of the young generation. Alas, I'm no match for you. Bai Qianjiao sighed and said, but even if you can defeat me, you might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. You'll never know how terrifying he is until you fight him. What a joke! Hai Myung-ko sneered and said, Ling Xiao is nothing. Chapter 8:31. Hai Myung-ko sneered and said, then watch carefully how I defeat him. To tell you the truth, my goal is no longer on the Heavenly Dragon Continent. I want to become the Chosen One and leave the Heavenly Dragon Continent for the more powerful Divine Phoenix Continent. I want to learn better martial arts and spar with stronger geniuses. That way, I can grow faster. She wasn't spouting nonsense. Among the 13 continents in the mystic world, the Heavenly Dragon Continent was not only the weakest in terms of strength, but it also had the worst cultivation conditions. Hai Myung-ko felt that there was nothing on this continent that she wanted. Naturally, she wanted to go to the more powerful Divine Phoenix Continent. Is that so? Then I look forward to the pinnacle battle between you and Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao didn't say anything else. In fact, she didn't know if Ling Xiao or Hai Myung-ko was stronger. Both of them gave her the feeling that they were undefeatable and mysterious. Pinnacle battle? You think too highly of him. Don't worry. I'll make sure this battle ends quickly. Hai Myung-ko's words were full of disdain and confidence. Bai Qianjiao didn't say anything else. She just smiled and walked down the stage. After absorbing Bai Qianjiao's luck, Hai Myung-ko's 9th cauldron was 90% condensed. She was only 10% away from perfection. After Hai Myung-ko and Bai Qianjiao's battle ended, the Qin Bishue encountered the Flame Demon Ancestor. This time, the Flame Demon Ancestor didn't admit defeat. However, in front of the Qin Bishue's powerful strength, he was forced to retreat and finally lost. Damn it! How can these young people be so strong? Looks like I have to take action personally. In the audience stands, Empyrean Demon Flame was horrified. When he admitted defeat previously, it could only be said that he was following his own plan. However, this time he had lost to the Qin Bishue. He was very unhappy. However, there was no point in being unhappy. A loss was a loss. In the end, he had still underestimated the strength of a top genius. The 16 rounds of competition ended quickly. After the break, the 17th round began. The first match was between Ling Xiao and Hong Li. I want to avenge senior sister. As soon as Hong Li got on the stage, she did not say anything. She immediately launched an astonishing attack in an attempt to defeat Ling Xiao for her senior sister by Qian Jiao. For a moment, he seemed to have suppressed Ling Xiao. However, it was a pity that this advantage only lasted for less than 10 moves before he was sent flying out of the stage by Ling Xiao's sudden burst of sword light. Although you have indeed become stronger than before, you are still nothing in front of me. After defeating Hong Li, Ling Xiao's luck had reached 70% of the 9th cauldrons. He was really close to catching up to Haim Myung KO. However, perhaps because Ling Xiao's previous performance was too shocking, this time, defeating Hong Li did not cause too much of a stir. Only the palace lord of the Aquamarine's sacred palace was so angry that his face was ashen. If we want to rule over the human race, such a genius must be eliminated. After Ling Xiao easily defeated Hong Li, Long Chun faced the Qin Bishua. It could be said that this was the strongest opponent Long Chun had faced after Ling Xiao. After all, he had forfeited his battle with Haim Myung KO, although Long Chun worked very hard. After 100 moves, the Qin Bishua relied on the advantage of the cultivation of the celestial realm to completely defeat this troublesome guy. After that, it was Mo Wushang against Bai Qianjiao. Mo Wushang lost to Haim Myung KO, Ling Xiao, and the Qin Bishua. Bai Qianjiao also lost to these 3 people. Thus, the battle between the 2 of them had attracted the attention of many people. However, Bai Qianjiao's cultivation had broken through after her battle with Ling Xiao. In terms of cultivation, she was much stronger than Mo Wushang. Therefore, in this battle, although Mo Wushang's demonic eye was indeed powerful, he was able to last nearly 200 moves in front of a celestial realm opponent. However, in the end, he was defeated. In the last match of the 17th round, Haim Myung KO faced Hong Li. There was no suspense in this battle. Haim Myung KO's strength made Hong Li feel suffocated. Perhaps because Ling Xiao defeated Hong Li in 10 moves, Haim Myung KO defeated Hong Li in 3 moves. She wanted to show that she was stronger than Ling Xiao. Although she said that she didn't care about Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but take Ling Xiao's strength seriously. Sigh. Now it seems that Ling Xiao is no match for Holy Sun. It can be seen from the result of their battle with Hong Li. The next round will either be Ling Xiao against Holy Sun or Ling Xiao against Qin Bishua. Anyway, there are only 2 rounds left. We'll soon know who's stronger and who's weaker. I think it will be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat Qin Bishua. Yeah, Qin Bishua only lost to Holy Sun once and won all the other matches. Even against a dark horse like Fire Devil Supremacy, it wasn't difficult for her to win. She's a true genius. After the break, the 18th round officially began. This was the second, last round of the competition. The final round of the martial arts festival was getting closer and closer. At present, Haim Myung KO ranked first in terms of points and luck. Ling Xiao ranked second. Qin Bishua ranked third. After that, Bai Qianjiao, Mo Wushang, and Long Chun ranked third. Unfortunately, it seemed that Lan Yu had no hope of becoming one of the 6 young masters. However, she had a high chance of ranking in the top 10. This had already exceeded her original expectations. This round of the competition hadn't started yet, but the audience was already boiling. This was because the battle for the top 3 would be decided in this round. Ling Xiao only had 2 opponents left. One was Qin Bishua, and the other was Haim Myung KO. No matter who he faced, it would be a classic battle. It was exciting. While the audience was in full swing, The competition went on in an orderly manner. Long Chen defeated Hong Li and secured his spot as one of the 6 young masters. Mo Wushang and Bai Qianjiao also defeated their opponents and secured their spots. Lan Yu also defeated her opponent. Her opponent was Dao Wuming from the Heavenly King sect. Dao Wuming was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. Right now, he couldn't even defeat Lan Yu, let alone Ling Xiao. His face was so ugly that it was unbearable. Next, Ling Xiao versus Qin Bixue. As the head judge's voice rang out, the audience burst into cheers. Because the audience liked this arrangement. If Ling Xiao encountered the Holy Sun, Hai Miang KO, too early, it wouldn't be good. At this point in the competition, the 6 young masters had basically been decided. However, the second and third place were still unclear. This was because Ling Xiao hadn't met Qin Bixue yet. As for the first place, most people thought that it belonged to Hai Miang KO. No one could take it away. Of course, there was another reason why people were looking forward to this battle. Many people wanted to know if Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. If he defeated Qin Bixue, it would be interesting. However, if he lost to Qin Bixue, there would be no suspense. After all, Qin Bixue lost to Hai Miang KO. If he couldn't even defeat Qin Bixue, how could he defeat the Holy Sun, Hai Miang KO? Chapter 832. The Qin Bixue obviously attached great importance to this battle. He unsheathed his blood saber and turned into a red light that swept onto the stage. His eyes were filled with an incomparably strong fighting spirit. This kind of fighting spirit was very similar to the one he had when he fought the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao still walked slowly onto the stage, as if this battle was insignificant to him. Ling Xiao didn't seem to feel anything in the face of the Qin Bixue's soaring, killing intent and terrifying saber intent. His face was as indifferent as ever. He was dressed in a green robe, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal that came from the horizon. He was calm and unfathomable. I didn't expect that a small Yuehua school would have such a character like you. What a surprise! The Qin Bixue's killing intent was getting stronger and stronger, and his saber intent was getting stronger and stronger. He stood there like a demonic blade, covered in blood, causing people to shudder. "You're not bad either," Ling Xiao said lightly. "Ha ha ha, you're crazy. It's a pity that the Qin Bixue, hate arrogant people like you the most. You're not qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. Let me completely destroy your will in this battle." The Qin Bixue laughed loudly. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said, "Don't be so loud. It's too noisy. Since you're so willing to be Hai Miang KO's dog, you'll have to defeat me first." Facing the Qin Bixue, Ling Xiao directly unsheathed his sword. The Qin Bixue was very strong, and his cultivation was already at the early stage of the one-line sky realm. If Ling Xiao didn't want to expose his cultivation and wanted to defeat him with the strength of a heavenly pulse warrior, he had to unsheath his sword. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with him. This time, Ling Xiao used the Fury Wind Sword. The Qin Bixue was very fast. The Fury Wind Sword and Wind celestial phenomenon pursued the same extreme speed. It was just right to deal with the Qin Bixue. Bloodblade Sutra, massacre in all directions. Qin Bixue did not waste any more time. He channeled his heavenly essence force and slashed down with his blood saber. 4 terrifying blood saber chi shot towards Ling Xiao. In the void, a sword light flashed like an inconspicuous meteor. It turned out that Ling Xiao had attacked almost at the same time. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, the power of the Fury Wind Sword skill, Fury Wind Shuttle, also increased substantially. The terrifying shuttle directly penetrated the bloody saber chi of the Qin Bishue, shattering and disintegrating them. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. His speed was faster than the Qin Bishue. After Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, he also rushed out. The sword light instantly approached the Qin Bishue. This sword actually transformed into 13 human-shaped sword chis. Behind Ling Xiao, the shadow of a sword demon had appeared out of nowhere. This was the advent of the sword demon. It was 10 times more terrifying than the raging wind shuttle. What's going on? Many people in the audience did not understand what was going on. Logically speaking, Qin Bishue's cultivation level was higher than Ling Xiao's, so he should have the upper hand. However, in reality, Ling Xiao had the complete upper hand in this battle. Ling Xiao's terrifying sword strike had already made Qin Bishue extremely uncomfortable. One human-shaped sword chi was already enough to make Qin Bishue vomit blood. 13 human-shaped sword chi was simply killing him. At this moment, Qin Bishue finally understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. It was not that Bai Qianjiao was too weak, nor was it that Mo Wushang was too weak. It was that Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Every move he made had an unstoppable effect. This was the immense pressure brought about by the Mountain River intent. Blood saber transformation. At this critical moment, Qin Bishue did not dare to hold back. The heavenly Yuan energy in his body erupted like a volcano. His entire body was instantly covered by a ferocious armor. He had originally planned to defeat Ling Xiao without using the blood saber transformation. However, he had clearly miscalculated. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his expectations. Buzz, the human-shaped sword chi, was blocked by the terrifying blood light. However, it was unable to completely block it. In the end, one of Ling Xiao's sword chi pierced Qin Bishue's body. Get lost! Qin Bishue let out a shocking roar. His hands turned into sharp blades and blasted out. This attack collided with Ling Xiao's raging wind sword's human-shaped sword chi. The human-shaped sword chi collapsed instantly. Ling Xiao's body gently bounced up and then flew back and landed on the ground. Looking at Qin Bishue, she was really in a sorry state. On her chest, there was a bloody wound. Even with the transformation of the blood blade, it couldn't stop Ling Xiao's sword from hitting its target. All it did was reduce the damage. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's sword would have pierced through Qin Bishue's chest. Fortunately, he had entered the blood saber transformation state in time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by Ling Xiao in one move. He might even have been seriously injured. Countless spectators fell into a daze when they saw the scene on the stage. Am I hallucinating? Ling Xiao injured Qin Bishue in one move? You're right. That's the truth. Oh my God! Ling Xiao is just a heavenly pulse martial artist. He can actually challenge a celestial realm master. Only Mo Wushang and the Holy Sun can do this. What's more, those two were facing ordinary celestial realm martial artists. Ling Xiao is facing a peerless genius. Maybe we've all been wrong. Ling Xiao hasn't shown his full strength. All his previous battles were just for fun. Before, in everyone's mind, Ling Xiao was more mysterious and kept winning. In other aspects, including cultivation and aura, he seemed to be inferior to Qin Bishue. In this battle, Qin Bishue should be suppressing Ling Xiao. However, the battle had just begun, and Ling Xiao had let these people slap their own faces. One sword shocking the heavens. Everyone looked at him in a new light. Qin Bishue was like an injured king of beasts. His eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. He roared angrily, Ling Xiao, Yuehua schoolboy, puny transcendent realm martial artist, you've really pissed me off. Now I'll let you know what it means to be a killing god and what it means to be afraid. Qin Bishue who had entered the transformed state, was nearly twice as strong as before. Blood-red lightning began to roar all over his body. Then, these lightning bolts condensed into a huge saber of blood-red lightning. Blood Thunder Mad Dance. Dai Ling Xiao. After reaching the celestial realm, Qin Bishue entered the blood-red saber transformation state for the first time. It was also the first time he used the Blood Thunder Mad Dance in this state. The protective wall around the fighting ring began to distort and deform as if it was being torn apart by some kind of force. The huge blood-red saber suddenly flew out and fell from midair with a terrifying momentum. Accompanied by the dancing blood-red lightning, it stabbed toward Ling Xiao, who was on the ground. I'm doomed to die if I face this move. Bai Qianjiao shook her head with a wry smile and said to Hong Li next to her, I didn't expect Qin Bishue to be so powerful after reaching the celestial realm. This move should be able to hurt Haim, Myung Ko. Ling Xiao can't escape unscathed. Although Hong Li didn't like Ling Xiao, she was right to praise Qin Bishue. Chapter 833. At this time, Qin Bishue was much stronger than when he faced Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, and even Haim Myung Ko. His strength had increased by at least 10 times. This was the huge difference between the transcendent realm and the celestial realm. However, Ling Xiao's expression didn't change in the slightest. He was still as indifferent as ever, as if he had turned a blind eye to Qin Bishue's strength. Qin Bishue shouted as he used his killing move, Ling Xiao, you're very strong, which I didn't expect. But now, you won't be able to touch a single hair of mine. I'm going to use this move to defeat you completely. Boom. The terrifying blood thunder bombarded the battle stage. The battle stage, which had been repaired again, couldn't withstand the attack of the violent thunder. Countless zigzagging cracks appeared on it, and there were still flashes of lightning inside. Puff! The protective wall was finally pierced through. The referees didn't dare to be negligent and repaired it again. It couldn't be helped. No one had expected that such a powerful and outstanding young cultivator would appear in this year's martial arts festival final, although there was still a gap between him and Yu Xianyue and Ji Fuling in the past. However, this level of strength was still shocking. Below the stage, countless young cultivators of the same age as Qin Bishue showed helpless and depressed expressions. They didn't expect Qin Bishue to be so terrifying after advancing to the celestial realm. He was like a demon king with the blood thunder wild saber. He really didn't use his full strength when he fought me. Long Chun smiled bitterly. He had lost to Qin Bishue before, but he didn't lose miserably. It should be said that they were evenly matched on the surface. However, from the looks of it, Qin Bishue had obviously concealed her true strength when she fought with him. Otherwise, she would have won within 10 moves. The domineering Qin Bishue floated in the air and looked down at Ling Xiao with a domineering smile. Ling Xiao, admit defeat. You have no chance against this move of mine. I, Qin Bishue, am the only one below the Holy Sun. You're right. You're the first person after the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao used Cloud Dragon, Divine Travel, to dodge the blood lightning bolts falling from the sky. He even had the time to chat with Qin Bishue. But I'm stronger than the Holy Sun. Haim Myung Ko is not as good as me. F***CK. Is there something wrong with Ling Xiao's head? Now that he's facing Qin Bishue, he seems to be at a disadvantage. How dare he say that he's stronger than the saint? I think so too. Unless he's still hiding his true strength, he will lose sooner or later. The situation in the ring was simple. Qin Bishue was launching a killer move, and Ling Xiao was desperately dodging and running away. It was no wonder that the audience doubted Ling Xiao's strength. Even the Yuehua School students, including Golden Light Celestial Master, Heavenly Eye Celestial Master, and Wanghan Tianzuan, were worried. At this point, Ling Xiao had already done enough. Even if he lost to a powerful opponent like Qin Bixue, it was not shameful. Their only hope was that Ling Xiao would not try to be brave and get himself seriously injured. That would not be worth it. However, Lan Yu, Dai Yuling, and Leng Hao were not worried at all. Instead, they were full of excitement, because they believed that Ling Xiao was much stronger than Qin Bixue. Humph, it seems that I have to enter the humanoid dragon form. Otherwise, I won't be a match for Qin Bixue. Ling Xiao curled his lips. While he was dodging, a clear dragon roar suddenly sounded. Then, a golden light pierced through the blood lightning. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, had entered the humanoid dragon form. Well, I'll use the 10th form. The strength of a heavenly pulse martial artist is still too far away from that of a celestial being. I can't be careless. Ling Xiao would never underestimate Qin Bixue, so he directly entered the 10th humanoid dragon form. A terrifying aura was released in an instant. It bounced back the dancing blood lightning and then shattered it. What? Qin Bixue was obviously shocked. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the bounced attacks. He was surprised because he did not expect that Ling Xiao would use the transformation at this time. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such an ability. In the stands, the Bloodblade Sect's master was shocked. He stared at Ling Xiao as if he wanted to see through this young man. Is this all you've got? Qin Bixue asked sharply after dodging Ling Xiao's counterattack. Well, you can say that. You can say that. The audience could not help but curse in their hearts. How powerful is this guy? What else is he hiding? Bastard, show me what you've got now. Otherwise, you won't have any more chances. Qin Bixue was extremely angry. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him and did not use all of his strength when fighting with him. He could not accept this. Actually, I was the one who wanted to say this to you. Ling Xiao, who had entered the 10th humanoid dragon form, clearly felt that Qin Bixue's aura was suppressed by him. Is this the majesty of the dragon clan? It's really terrifying. Arrogant. Qin Bixue no longer had anything to hide. He had displayed all of his strength, so his next attack could only be a repeat of the previous moves. Qin Bixue was getting closer and closer. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and say, I'm so disappointed. Since you don't have any other killing moves, I don't need to use more powerful moves to deal with you. Shadow Sword Technique, Sword Demon Descends. It was the same move, but the power was twice as strong. This was the effect of the humanoid dragon form. Qin Bixue could only watch helplessly as the 13 human-shaped sword cheese continuously collided against his body. Once, twice. Finally, on the 9th time, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Qin Bixue had lost before the 13 humanoid sword cheese were completely released. Everything happened so suddenly. Many of the audience felt that it was a bit surreal. Ling Xiao, who was being chased around by Qin Bixue, defeated Qin Bixue with one move. Ling Xiao won and absorbed Qin Bixue's luck. His 9th cauldron had also increased from 70% to 90%, which was exactly the same as Haim Myung KOS. Bastard, how dare you steal my luck? Qin Bixue roared madly at the stage, and even wanted to rush up to the stage. If you dare come up, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. He was not joking at all. Qin Bixue thought of Jian Wuji's death that night and felt a strong chill in his heart. He suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps and said to Ling Xiao, Don't think that you can challenge the Holy Sun just because you defeated me. You're nothing in front of her. Is that so? You don't have to worry about that. When I defeat him, you'll know who's stronger and who's weaker. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Chapter 834. Ling Xiao had never been nice to a spineless guy like Qin Bishue. In fact, Qin Bishue's aptitude was not inferior to the Holy Sun. Even if he lost today, he still had a chance to surpass him in the future. However, this guy was completely willing to be the Holy Sun's dog. It was really disgusting. After Ling Xiao defeated Qin Bishue, the audience lost interest in the other matches. The only thing they wanted to see was the battle between Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun, Hai Myung-ko. As the 18th round of the competition was still going on, many people became restless. Until the last round began, the audience was still very anxious. However, the referees seemed to be deliberately against the audience and put the battle between Ling Xiao and Hai Myung-ko to the last match. Now, except for the first and second place, the rest of the rankings were clear. Qin Bishue was third, Bai Qianjiao was fourth, Mo Wushang was fifth, Long Chen was sixth. Together with Hai Myung-ko and Ling Xiao, they were the new 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Lan Yu was lucky to get 9th place. Although it was not easy, she was still in the top 10. This made the people of Yuehua School very excited. Celestial Master Golden Light could not help but cry. Ling Xiao should be second. However, in this martial arts festival, our Yuehua School has been in the limelight. Ling Xiao is second, Lan Yu is 9th, Dai Yuling is 24th, and Ling Xiao is 52nd. They have taken up 4 spots in the top 100. Celestial Master, Heavenly Eyesight. Yes, it would be great if Ling Xiao could defeat Hai Myung-ko. Wang Han Tianzuan was still a little ambitious. I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult. You've all seen Hai Myung-ko's battle before. She's so powerful that she's completely above the others. It's simply wishful thinking to want to defeat her. Heavenly Empyrean, I shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I am very confident in Ling Xiao, it is indeed too difficult for him to defeat Hai Myung-ko. Golden Light, Heavenly Master, felt the same way. No matter how worried they were, there was only one battle left in the finals of the martial arts festival. On one side was Ling Xiao, and on the other was Hai Myung-ko. Ling Xiao was the biggest dark horse in this year's martial arts festival. He had defeated all his opponents and maintained a winning streak. His record was exactly the same as Hai Myung-ko's. His points were exactly the same, and even his luck was exactly the same. It was as if his strength could never be seen through, as if it was always hidden. Every battle would give people a surprise, an unexpected surprise. When people thought he couldn't win, he would show amazing and terrifying strength. Even Qin Bishue, who was at the One-Line Sky Realm, was defeated by Ling Xiao. This was too surprising. As for the Holy Sun, Hai Myung-ko, there was no need for too much introduction. She had won first place in the last martial arts festival and was the head of the 6 childs of the sacred dynasty. No matter who she faced, she would easily win. Her cultivation had reached the early stage of yin and yang heaven, which made everyone look at her with new eyes. Before this battle, Your Highness Holy Sun, shouldn't you tell me about our bet first? Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to get on the stage. Anyway, the martial arts platform was still under heavy maintenance. Even if he wanted to get on the stage now, he couldn't. Bet? What bet? The audience was a little confused. Ling Xiao was just a disciple of the Yuehua School, while the Holy Sun was going to inherit the throne of Holy Emperor. What kind of bet was there between them? Few people knew about it. After all, this bet was only between Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun. Back in the Yuehua sect, not many people knew about it. Ling Xiao had to let more people know about it. Otherwise, if Hai Myung-ko refused to admit her loss, he wouldn't be able to say anything. I didn't expect you to admit your bet. I thought you were too scared to mention it. Haim Myung-keo sneered, and then stood up from her seat. She said loudly, "My bet with Ling Xiao is very simple. If he loses, he will be interrogated by Holy Emperor in public, pay the price for killing a disciple of the swordsman sect, and become my slave for life." Ling Xiao continued, "If the Holy Sun loses, the sacred dynasty will no longer interfere in the affairs of the swordsman sect, and the Holy Sun will be my slave. Although I don't like this kind of maidservant, one more won't make a difference." What? When the contents of the bet were revealed, everyone present was shocked. This was too bold, wasn't it? Regardless of who won or lost, Ling Xiao dared to make such a bet with the Holy Sun. He didn't take the royal family of the sacred dynasty and the heavenly king sect seriously at all. In the audience stand, countless disciples of the heavenly king sect looked angrily at the cyan-robed young man near the martial arts platform. They were still unfamiliar with Ling Xiao, but now that the martial arts festival had begun, they were no longer unfamiliar with him. He was the biggest dark horse of this year's martial arts festival. Who dared to look down on him? Of course, at the beginning of the competition, most people mentioned this name with disdain and mockery. What could a mere disciple of the Yuehua school, a disciple of a sect ranked at the bottom of the 12 sects, be capable of? He dared to provoke the core disciple of their sect, Dao Wuming. But now they were no longer disdainful and mocking. Instead, they were angry and jealous. Who was the Holy Sun? After it was announced that she was a girl, she was not only the unattainable Holy Sun, but also the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples of the 12 sects. Usually, most disciples of the Heavenly King sect didn't have the chance to interact with the Holy Sun, not only because of the Holy Sun's arrogance and indifference. It was also because she was the noblest person on the Tianlong continent. But this girl, who they had difficulty interacting with, had now made a bet with Ling Xiao. If she lost, she would become Ling Xiao's servant. Just thinking about it made them jealous. Although this kind of jealousy was a little strange and abnormal. Because of this, almost all the disciples of the Heavenly King sect had a very bad impression of Ling Xiao. When talking about this person, they were extremely sarcastic and critical. It was as if they wouldn't give up until they made Ling Xiao worthless. They really didn't know if Ling Xiao had stolen their wives or slept with their daughters. Facing the disdain and anger of the disciples of the Heavenly King sect, Ling Xiao's face still had a calm and composed smile. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the other sects secretly gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up. Not only did Ling Xiao surpass all the difficulties to reach the end of the martial arts festival, but he also satisfied the blasphemy in their hearts towards the Holy Sun. He's simply a role model for our generation. He even dared to flirt with the Holy Sun. Amazing, amazing. In particular, some of the lechers in the sects seemed to have thought of something from the bet and laughed very strangely. Haim Myung-keo looked at Ling Xiao, who was not far away. She hated this person to the extreme. The bet has been announced to the world, and the battle stage has basically been repaired. Can we start the battle next? Haim Myung-keo said to Ling Xiao. Chapter 8:35. Haim Myung-keo only wanted to defeat Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. However, even though she was so angry that she wanted to curse, Haim Myung-keo still tried her best to make herself look better. Standing there, she was like a holy white lotus, noble and pure, not allowing anyone to taint her. Putting on an act. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Sikong Xian, the vice sect master of the Heavenly King sect, coldly snorted. Even if you're putting on an act, it's still not easy to be so calm in front of so many people. Sikong Zun smiled, faintly. Big brother, who are you siding with? Sikong Xian said, unhappily, it doesn't matter who I'm siding with. What's important is that our Mingkong must not lose this battle. Sikong Zun said slowly. Once she loses, not only will she lose face, but she will also lose luck and the glory of being the chosen one. This will be a huge blow to the royal family of the sacred dynasty and our heavenly king sect. Even the establishment of the Sky Dragon Institute will be affected. Then what should we do? Sikong Xian asked. Just in case, go and make some preparations. If Ling Xiao wins, don't let him walk out of here. I don't believe that the Moon Lady will risk her life for a mere young man. As long as he's dead, she should stop. Sikong Zun said coldly. That can't be, right? Can Ling Xiao win? Sikong Xian said disdainfully. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you wasting your breath? All right, I'll listen to you. You're the big brother and the sect master of the Heavenly King sect. Sikong Xian stood up and left. Ling Xiao, is there anything else? Why aren't you on the stage? The head judge stood up and frowned. The battle stage and array had been repaired. Haim, Myung-ko, had already stepped onto the stage, but Ling Xiao was still standing there, unwilling to move. This made him a little unhappy. There is indeed something else, Ling Xiao said slowly. The battle in the martial arts festival is too boring. What kind of battle is it if we can't kill each other? I want a battle with the Holy Sun. Life and death is up to fate. It wasn't because Ling was bloodthirsty, but because he was in a disadvantageous position and had to do this. Otherwise, if Ji Mingkong accidentally killed him, nothing would happen to her. The entire sacred dynasty and Heavenly King sect would protect her, unless the Moon Lady's revenge. The Holy Dynasty to kill him, and even list, he would be listed as the public enemy of the dynasty, to people. There were many people. The Saint dynasty still wanted to maintain their reputation, so they wouldn't go all out just for a saint. As long as they didn't do it openly, he would have a loophole to take advantage of. It would be safer. Everyone's eyes focused on Ling Xiao in an instant. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to say such a thing. Isn't this courting death? Your opponent is the Holy Sun, Haim Myung-ko. Do you think it's a nobody? How dare you propose a life and death battle? Golden Light, should we persuade Ling Xiao? It's too risky. Heavenly, I frowned. Persuade him. Heavenly Master Golden Light smiled bitterly and shook his head. Can we persuade him? Heavenly Master Golden Light turned to look at the Moon Lady's expression. He found that the Moon Lady was not worried at all. Instead, she had a satisfied smile on her face. Damn! Heavenly Master Golden Light was speechless. He had planned to ask the Moon Lady to persuade Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao would listen to the Moon Lady, but who knew that the Moon Lady seemed to be in favor of this? Haim Myung-ko's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise. However, she returned to normal after a while. Was he planning to go all out? She sneered and said calmly, I agree. Let's leave it to fate. Hearing Haim Myung-ko's words, the sage emperor in the VIP seats couldn't help but frown. Although Ling Xiao had cut through all obstacles and successfully made it to the end of the martial arts festival, he had surprised many people. However, he still felt that Ling Xiao was no match for Haim Myung-ko. After all, Haim Myung-ko was the target of the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty. The sage emperor knew how powerful she was. Even so, the sage emperor still didn't want to announce the life and death battle in public, because if that was the case, Ling Xiao would be able to go all out. Who knew what kind of sinister move this brat would use? In the end, even if Haim Myung-ko won, it wouldn't be worth it if she was covered in injuries that couldn't be healed. But it was useless even if he didn't want to. Haim Myung-ko had already agreed. If he went back on his word, the royal family's dignity would be completely destroyed. The head judge snorted coldly and said, "Kid, I didn't blame you when you pretended to be my good son, Ji Furing's son. Now that you've made such a request, do you really want to die?" "Head judge, I don't know who fed you such nonsense, but I don't know Ji Furing. I've never pretended to be anyone's son." Ling Xiao instantly understood why the head judge suddenly hated him. It turned out that someone had fed him such nonsense. Was it the sage emperor, or was it Haim Myung-ko? It didn't matter who it was. He explained, and then jumped onto the battle stage. Seeking death? He didn't plan to die. He just wanted to save his own life. Although it looked like a life and death battle, it was actually the fairest battle. The purple flash sword appeared in his hand. This was Ling Zhao's strongest sword. It was the most suitable weapon to deal with Haim Myung-ko. The sword brought with it a thunderous sound. It sounded like a clap of thunder. Electric currents flickered on the sword. Ling Zhao's heavenly essence energy, which had been completely converted to electricity, emitted a blinding blue light that surrounded his body. Ling Xiao stared at Haim Myung-ko and said, "When you brought Qin Nanxing to Yuehua School to cause trouble for me, you probably didn't expect this day to come. It's time for us to end this." He didn't have a good impression of Haim Myung-ko. Ever since that meeting, Haim Myung-ko had been looking for people to deal with him. She wanted his life. Feng Yaorao, Army Breaker, Ye Qianxue, Jian Wuji, and the others had all tried to kill him. However, he had neutralized them one by one and fought back. After all, who would be able to maintain a heart without hatred after the other party had repeatedly tried to kill you? In any case, Ling Xiao couldn't do it. Perhaps Xiao Xi could do it in the past. After all, if one didn't have the temperament of a saint, they wouldn't be able to accept it. Haim Myung-ko gently touched the storage ring on her hand. The storage ring was made of beautiful gems. Not only was it spacious, but it was also very exquisite. A red light flickered, and a slender sword appeared in her hand. This sword was about a foot longer than an ordinary sword. It was also very thin and gave off a strange feeling. Chapter 836. Under the sunlight, the thin sword in Haim Myung-ko's hand glowed with a strange light. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. At the very least, it was an immortal-grade artifact. Furthermore, it might have some special effects. Haim Myung-ko's pupils contracted slightly. Then she laughed. "There's no point in saying anything now. Back then, I wanted to uphold justice for the Sword King sect. It was you who was stubborn. I wasn't in the wrong. The one who was in the wrong is you." Uphold justice? Ling Xiao really wanted to laugh. He was afraid that even Haim Myung-ko herself would not believe her words. "I've seen shameless people before. However, it's rare to see someone as shameless as you." Ling Zhao's face turned cold. The purple lightning sword in his hand glowed brighter and brighter. "Let's begin. There's nothing more to say to someone like you." Haim Myung-ko's eyes flashed with surprise as she felt the terrifying heavenly yuan energy gushing out of Ling Zhao's body. It seemed that this kid was not completely putting on an act. He was a heavenly pulse martial artist, but his heavenly yuan energy was close to 100%. This was something that ordinary heavenly pulse martial artists could not do. No wonder this kid could defeat the Qin Bishua. Unfortunately, he still has no chance against me. Her slender hand held the thin sword. The heavenly yuan energy condensed into a whirlwind that danced around the sword. The energy that leaked out constantly collided with the protective barrier and the stage. The stage that had been strictly renovated was still covered with ravines from the fierce heavenly yuan energy. It was very ugly. Haim Myung-ko raised her sword and pointed it at Ling Xiao. The sharp edge of the sword was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It made people feel a terrifying threat. As the heavenly yuan energy continued to surge out of their bodies, their auras became stronger and stronger. The atmosphere of the entire competition venue became tense because of this. The air seemed to have frozen. Everyone seemed to have been immobilized. They could not speak. They did not even dare to move. Their gazes shot towards the martial arts arena in unison. They really wanted to know exactly what the outcome of this battle would be. Would Ling Xiao, the Dark Horse, completely defeat the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty? Or would Haim Myung-keo protect her honor? On the stage, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with black and gold flames. Ling Xiao, you must remember that your opponent is the Holy Son, the heir of the sacred dynasty. You'd better. In the VIP seats, the Holy Emperor was still feeling uneasy. He was trying to convey his message to Ling Xiao. However, what made him angry was that Ling Xiao didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Under everyone's gaze, his feet moved, and his body turned into an afterimage. With extreme speed, he stabbed the sword in his hand towards Ji Mingkong. What are you talking about? Let's fight. Ling Xiao threw these words at the Sage Emperor as the sword light flew away. Since they had already shed all pretenses, there was no need to be reserved. The anger in his chest would erupt today. He would show no mercy. It was as if he was a ferocious beast that had been waiting for a long time and was finally ready to hunt. How could Ling Xiao stop at this moment? Haim Myung-keo stared coldly at Ling Xiao, who was rushing over. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes. While he had the natural dragon soul, he also had the heavenly secret martial spirit, which had been passed down from generation to generation in the sacred dynasty. The heavenly secret martial spirit allowed a cultivator to fly in the transcendent realm. It also allowed them to use all kinds of terrifying killing moves. The natural dragon's soul represented life force and the ability to recover without dying. The heavenly secret martial spirit gave her terrifying offensive and defensive abilities. Therefore, Haim Myung-keo was not afraid of Ling Xiao. It was not without reason that she disdained Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao was less than 10 meters away from her, Haim Myung-keo finally moved. In that instant, a strange pavilion appeared behind her. There were countless strange inscriptions on the pavilion. This was the manifestation of the heavenly secret martial spirit. So, as the inscriptions on the pavilion emitted a soft light, Haim Myung-keo's speed reached an astonishing level. In the blink of an eye, she crossed 10 meters and passed by Ling Xiao. Because her speed was too fast, many people did not see the moment they passed by each other. The two had already engaged in an earth-shattering exchange. Haim Myung-keo's strange, thin sword trembled slightly. The sharp heavenly yuan qi turned into sword qi and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. In that instant, Ling Xiao also made his move. The purple lightning sword flashed with a cold light and thunder crackled. It easily shattered Haim Myung-keo's sword qi. After destroying those strands of sword qi, Ling Xiao did not remain idle. His cold eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Then, he stabbed his sword towards Haim Myung-keo's back. The terrifying sword qi compressed the air to the point that it almost solidified. Many people even had the illusion that Haim Myung-keo's body had become distorted. Sensing the powerful sword qi behind her, Haim Myung-keo frowned. She seemed to be surprised. Whether it was Ling Xiao's reaction or judgment, he was much more outstanding than she had expected. She had seen Ling Xiao's previous battles with the others. She had a certain understanding of Ling Xiao. Although she said that she disdained Ling Xiao, she was still somewhat afraid of him. Therefore, she was actually very serious in this battle. However, This time, Ling Zhao's performance was better than any of the previous battles. While frowning, Han Myung-kyo's thin sword stabbed backwards and blocked Ling Zhao's purple lightning sword at an extremely strange angle. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. However, the purple lightning sword was not stopped. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning combined with the powerful destructive sword chi gave Ling Zhao the upper hand at this moment. The thin sword was actually suppressed to the point that it almost broke. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Heavenly King sect all sucked in a breath of cold air. They definitely did not expect that the battle would start like this. Ling Zhao actually dared to fight the Holy Sun face to face. Han Myung-kyo was Han Myung-kyo after all. Although they were surprised, they did not panic. In that instant, a terrifying surge of heavenly essence energy condensed on the thin sword. The originally thin sword instantly became much wider. The terrifying power actually sent Ling Zhao and the purple lightning sword flying. Is that the Tianji sword? In the stands, someone recognized the sword in Han Myung-kyo's hand. It can't be wrong. She's using the Tianji sword that has been passed down for generations in the sacred dynasty. The sword principle she uses is the Tianji sword technique. Legend has it that the Tianji sword is a complete set of swords. It ranges from mortal-grade artifacts to legendary divine-grade heavenly Tao artifacts. I wonder how many of them are still in the sacred dynasty. That's not the key point. The key point is that the Tianji sword technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. However, with each level, one can obtain a transformation of the Tianji martial spirit. The Tianji martial spirit has a total of 36 levels. Even with 36 transformations, only the human kings have succeeded in cultivating it. That's right. For the other members of the imperial family, being able to reach the first level before the age of 20 would already be a blessing to them. However, from the looks of it, His Highness the Holy Sun has already successfully mastered the third level's body transformation. Thus, his Tianji sword is able to change in size. Chapter 837. The Holy Sun is indeed the Holy Sun. This is just the beginning. Ling Zhao is really unlucky. Once the Tianji sword art is used, Ling Zhao will definitely be defeated. Ling Zhao had heard of the Tianji sword art and the Tianji martial soul. However, he didn't care. Although the Tianji martial soul was powerful, it was only rumored to be a substitute for the Mountain River martial soul. Its power was less than 1/10,000th of the Mountain River martial soul. At most, it could only reach the level of 12 immortal souls. It couldn't even reach the level of 9 dragon souls. The reason why such a martial soul was created was probably because the human king was worried that his descendants wouldn't be able to inherit the Mountain River martial soul. Therefore, he made it out of kindness. It was truly fortunate to have a good ancestor. This was not a lie. He didn't care, but the disciples of the Heavenly King sect and the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty were excited. Even Si Kongzun and Shengdi nodded proudly, praising Han Myung-kyo's performance. Looks like we worried too much. Shengdi laughed. That's right. Although the third level of the Tianji sword art is only equivalent to a precious jade grade martial art, if Ling Zhao doesn't have a backup plan, it will definitely be difficult for him to defend against it. Si Kongzun also nodded with a smile. Holding the purple flash sword, Ling Zhao's pupils were filled with countless golden inscriptions, constantly flashing. The Mountain River martial soul had already started to analyze the opponent's sword art. This was the first time Ling Zhao had encountered such a sword art. Therefore, he had to understand it before continuing the battle. Otherwise, it would be a thankless task. The Holy Sun is indeed the Holy Sun. You can even use a precious jade grade martial art so casually. This is really admirable. Although that was what he said, Ling Xiao's face didn't have the slightest hint of admiration. He waved the purple flash sword in his hand again, and the sound of thunder continued to resound. Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to be wrapped in lightning. Whoosh! In that instant, a pair of golden dragon wings sprouted from his back, increasing his speed by more than 10 times. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Haim Myung-ko. Haim Myung-ko was very fast. This was an advantage in terms of cultivation. Ling Xiao had to use the golden dragon wings in his 10th dragon form to gain a slight advantage. Within the electric light of the purple flash sword, there were wisps of flames burning continuously. The flame was black gold in color and had the aura of hell. However, other than Ling Xiao, no one else knew about this. Others could not see it at all. Haim Myung-ko's frown deepened when she saw Ling Xiao speeding towards her. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that it was beyond her expectations. It was not inferior to her speed when she was below the celestial realm. The frown only lasted for a moment. Then, Haim Myung-ko pierced her sword through the air. A strange ball of light formed at the tip of the sword. First transformation of the Tianji sword technique. Sword cannon. Ling Xiao did not know what a sword cannon was. However, judging from Haim Myung-ko's attack, the power of this attack was much stronger than ordinary sword chi. It gave people a feeling that they could not block it. It was quite terrifying. Whoosh! The ball of light condensed into the size of a fist and flew towards Ling Xiao. It actually spun violently in the air. Around this ball of light, it vaguely formed a spinning air blade. Even the air was cut apart, creating an absolute vacuum. Before this attack could even get close to Ling Xiao, it had already left countless ravines on the martial arts stage. This martial arts stage was built for nothing again. One of the judges laughed bitterly and helplessly. The terrifying sword cannon was blocked by Ling Xiao's purple lightning sword. It exploded in the air, forming a ball of light that was as dazzling as a miniature sun. Because he blocked this attack, Ling Xiao's rapidly moving figure clearly paused for a moment. He had no choice but to stop. At this moment, Haim Myung-ko's attack followed closely behind. Sacred Ancestor's long fist, unifying the mystic world. Amidst that clear and delicate shout, Haim Myung-ko actually held a sword in one hand and punched towards Ling Xiao with the other. Although the current Sacred Ancestor's long fist was not as good as it was in the past, when it was executed by Haim Myung-ko, it was still very powerful. If Ling Xiao was hit by this attack, he would definitely be injured. If he was injured in a battle with an opponent of equal strength, he would not be far from defeat. The fist energy enveloped the entire martial arts stage. It was as if the holy image of a human king had appeared in the void. The huge fist smashed down like a meteor, heading straight for Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's face was still indifferent, but he could not help but feel surprised. The fact that Haim Myung-ko was able to execute a top-tier gold-grade martial art to such an extent was truly admirable. However, this kind of opponent was even more powerful. Ling Xiao stomped his foot, and an illusory array pattern appeared on the martial arts stage. Then, he gently stepped aside. The huge fist clearly could have hit him, but it missed. Even so, the terrifying power still made Ling Xiao's blood boil. His entire body felt uncomfortable, as if he had been hit by something. This was only the power that leaked out. If he had been hit head-on, it would have been even more uncomfortable. "You won't get a chance to breathe when fighting me." The cold voice rang out again. "Sword cannon, Model 2. It was the same move, and even the sword cannon was the same. However, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that this so-called Model 2 was even more powerful than the previous attack. Its speed was also faster, and it even incorporated the wind attribute's cutting effect. Because he had grasped wind celestial phenomenon. He was all too familiar with this. Good. This time, I really won't dodge. Although dodging could reduce the damage to the greatest extent, it still felt very uncomfortable. This was because the energy that leaked out still made Ling Xiao feel pain and discomfort. It was different if he took it head on. As long as he had the same strength, or even stronger strength, then all the damage could be offset. At that moment, the purple lightning sword in Ling Xiao's hand exploded with energy as if it had grown a lot in an instant. It released an extremely terrifying energy, causing many of the martial artists in the stands to be shocked. A black gold flame finally appeared outside the lightning, wrapping around the purple lightning sword. With an extremely powerful might, it ruthlessly stabbed into Haim Myung-Kos' sword cannon. Boom! The moment the two energies collided, a terrifying explosion of energy erupted. The sound pierced through the heavens, and a blinding light burst out like a blazing sun, forcing many martial artists to close their eyes. Otherwise, they would probably go blind. Haim Myung-Kos' eyes were also affected. However, this only lasted for a moment. But at this moment, a blue figure shot out from behind the light like a sharp arrow, ruthlessly stabbing into Haim Myung-Kos' body. Haim Myung-Kos' eyes were affected, but in the end, her cultivation was still high. In addition to the terrifying perception of her natural dragon soul, she instantly moved 10-some meters away, barely dodging Ling Xiao's savage attack. Bang! The blue figure wrapped in lightning pierced through the defensive wall, instantly causing countless cracks to appear on the defensive wall of the martial stage like an eggshell before it shattered. Chapter 838. F***CK. Can the two of you not destroy the defensive barrier? Are you trying to tire us old fogies to death? One of the older referees gritted his teeth in anger, but there was an excited look on his face. Although the battle between these kids was nothing in his eyes, it was completely different to have such a terrifying attack at such a young age. To be honest, although he was tired, he was still happy to hear that such an outstanding young hero had appeared in the heavenly dragon continent. Haim Myung-Kos stopped and looked at the broken defensive barrier with an ugly expression. With her speed, Ling Xiao's attack would not be able to hit her. However, the problem was that if such a powerful attack really landed on her body, even with her defense, she would still be injured. With a cold snort, Haim Myung-Kos' aura suddenly rose, and the heavenly yuan qi on her sword became more and more intense. But in the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. This was because Ling Xiao had suddenly appeared in front of her, only an inch away from her. Bastard, it's a doppelganger! Ling Xiao's doppelgangers were all physical. Every doppelganger of his was made with a treasure sword as the foundation, soul power, and the shadow form sword art. Because they were physical, it was difficult to distinguish them. Not to mention the fact that it was difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye. Even Mo Wushang's demonic eyes could not see through them. This was the terrifying thing about doppelgangers. As long as the doppelganger did not attack, there was no difference on the surface. In the audience, a few of the upper echelons of the Heavenly King sect stood up, afraid that Haim Myung-Kos would be at a disadvantage. But Haim Myung-Kos' performance was better than they had expected. With a shake of the thin sword in her hand, she drew circles. These circles were extremely sharp, and in the middle was a tough heavenly yuan wall, which was equivalent to the thickness of the heavenly yuan qi protective barrier. It was almost impossible for Ling Xiao to penetrate all of these heavenly essence walls in an instant without getting injured. As she executed her moves, Haim Myung-Kos quickly retreated. She knew that she was being suppressed and had to break free from Ling Xiao's attacks before she could counterattack. However, Ling Xiao was like a barbarian who was not afraid of death. Facing the sharp rings, he did not care at all and directly charged in. A black gold light appeared on the golden dragon wings, and his speed actually increased a little. The rings were completely shattered. Although they had alleviated Ling Zhao's attack, they had not been able to leave a single mark on Ling Zhao's body. I almost forgot. This brat's defense is even more terrifying than Long Chen's. In the stands, a martial artist slapped his forehead as he suddenly thought of something. Han Myung-ko also noticed this, so she looked surprised. No matter how strong your defense is, it's meaningless under my sword. Han Myung-ko snorted coldly. She was just about to raise her sword and counterattack, taking advantage of Ling Zhao's slowing speed to regain her advantage. However, at that moment, a dense chill came from behind her. That cold feeling seeped into her skin, causing her to involuntarily shiver. She did not turn back because Han Myung-ko knew that it was too late. She had never thought that Ling Zhao could use the sword's soul doppelganger twice or thrice. Behind Han Myung-ko, Ling Zhao's power had already reached the peak of the purple flash sword. The terrifying heavenly Yuan Qi was like boiling water that was constantly trembling and boiling. Then, the ferocious sword stabbed solidly into Han Myung-ko's back. Except for the fact that he did not use his heaven realm cultivation, Ling Zhao could be considered to have unleashed the full power of this sword. After the sword stabbed out, a loud sonic boom was produced in the air. Many of the martial artists near the stage were instantly deafened. Shadow sword technique, second form, raging waves of 1,000 layers. Ling Zhao roared in his heart. The power on the purple flash sword surged crazily again. The heavenly Yuan Qi around him turned into raging waves that surged towards Han Myung-ko. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, wave after wave crashed onto Han Myung-ko's back. Han Myung-ko did not have the chance to dodge at all. The frenzied power sent her flying like debris, like a flower that had been trampled by a wild bull. Weak, pathetic. Letting out a long sigh, Ling Zhao withdrew the purple flash sword. The other two sword soul doppelgangers also returned to their original forms and merged into Ling Zhao's body. Rumble! The attack was still ongoing. The most terrifying thing about Ling Zhao's shadow sword technique was that it was a continuous and powerful attack. It would not stop until the attack was over. Even if you blocked the first wave of attack, you would still have to endure the next wave. An ordinary person would not be able to do so. Although Han Myung-ko was not an ordinary person, she was still sent flying by the continuous attacks. She was about to fall off the stage. What? The Holy Sun was defeated? Countless people watched in disbelief as Ji Mingkong was sent flying and fell off the stage. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This was the Holy Sun, the leader of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. The person who was thought to be most likely to obtain the identity of the chosen one was actually defeated so easily. However, those who were familiar with Han Myung-ko were very calm. If Han Myung-ko was defeated so easily, then she did not deserve to be the holy son of the sacred dynasty. She did not deserve to be the leader of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Everyone's eyes were on the stage. The speed at which Han Myung-ko was being sent flying had slowed down. This meant that she was gradually disintegrating Ling Zhao's attacks. Even so, being sent flying by Ling Zhao was a disgrace to many of the Heavenly King's sect members. Their disdain for Ling Zhao seemed to have turned into mockery for Han Myung-ko. Humph, this little guy's attacks are not bad. The head judge snorted. He had mixed feelings about Ling Zhao. That's right. It's a pity that even though the attack is ferocious, it's still lacking in strength. With just an attack of this level, it's still insufficient to cause too much damage to the saint. The second level of the Tianji sword skill, sky dance technique, is truly not simple. Another judge stroked his beard and sighed. That's right. This holy sun is indeed worthy of being called a holy son. His strength is so strong that it's rare to see someone at his age. I'm afraid he's the one closest to you, Xian Yue. It seems that the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty have really done their best to cultivate him. Another judge nodded and said, Ling Zhao's attack just now should be his strongest attack. If that's all he has, I'm afraid he will lose to the Holy Sun. That's not necessarily true. This kid seems to know that his attack won't work. He was just testing the waters. Look at his expression. He seems to be very calm. If he is not pretending, then he must be hiding something. But what kind of hiding method could achieve such an effect? Even the head judge could not see through it. Chapter 839. I'm not sure, but this kid has already surprised us many times. Even if he surprises us one more time, it's not worth being surprised. If that's the case, this will really be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to seeing what these two little guys will do to surprise us. On the other side, Yunya looked at the old man beside her and asked, Uncle, have you found out anything about the investigation? The old man shook his head and said, It's difficult. We've been to Tianfeng City. As long as Ling Xiao is mentioned, everyone praises him. However, almost no one knows about his growth path. We only know that he joined the Yuehua school. What about the Yuehua school? Is there anything unusual? We don't know. Ever since Ling Xiao joined the Yuehua school, he has broken miraculous records time and time again, making people look at him in a new light. Moreover, this kid is extremely smart. He knows almost everything, including alchemy and formations. You said that he knows alchemy? Yunya frowned and asked, Yes, that's interesting. Yunya smiled slightly and seemed to have some doubts in her heart. Yunya, don't make wild guesses. How can he be the master behind the scenes? After all, he's too young. The old man seemed to know what Yunya was thinking and waved his hand. Who knows? Maybe we'll understand in the future. Yunya just smiled and didn't argue. At this time, there was a new change in the battle arena. With a delicate shout, Hai Myung-ko actually completely shattered Ling Zhao's attack and stood firmly on the stage. She was actually unharmed. Seeing this scene, some people were surprised, while others were obviously relieved. On the side of the Heavenly King sect, everyone relaxed. Ji Mingkong had actually changed her clothes at some point in time, and then she looked calmly at Ling Xiao, who had an indifferent expression, and said, You've really exceeded my expectations. You're the first person in this year's martial arts festival to be able to injure me. I have to admit that I underestimated you. I didn't underestimate you, but I think I overestimated you. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, If it were me, I would never have let the opponent have his way with that attack. If the Holy Sun can't even tell the difference between his doppelganger and his real body, then he's doomed. Really? Unfortunately, you don't know that I intentionally let you hit me just now. There's no other reason than to test your strength. Hai Myung-ko said sarcastically, It doesn't matter whether you're telling the truth or not. So, are you going to use your true strength next? With that kind of performance just now, I don't believe it's the strength of a yin and yang celestial realm martial artist. Ling Xiao knew very well that Hai Myung-ko was also hiding her strength. She had been fighting against him with the strength of a celestial pulse warrior for half a day. Until she was hit by his attack, she had no choice but to use the strength of the yin and yang celestial realm. Because he had to use it, the attack just now was, in fact, very powerful. If Hai Myung-ko still dared to hide her strength, she would be courting death. You're right, so you won't have a chance next time. I not only represent the Heavenly King's sect, but also the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. Even if it's not for the bet between us, I have to win for the royal family's reputation and the fate of the Heavenly King's sect. Hai Miankeo said. You mean you won't hide your strength? That's right. Haim Miankeo's long dress and her black hair suddenly fluttered without any wind, as if they were blown up by something. It was a momentum that kept increasing. This aura originated from her true cultivation and her powerful heavenly origin energy. Ha ha, that's great. The Holy Sun has finally shown his true strength. With the cultivation of the yin and yang, celestial realm, Ling Xiao will be defeated without a doubt. It was obvious that the disciples of the Heavenly King's sect did not know how much strength Hai Miankeo had used, but the huge difference in strength made them realize one thing. Hai Miankeo was getting serious. The sun had already risen, and the blazing sunlight shone on the arena. Everyone felt a sticky feeling. It was not only because of the stuffy heat, but also because of the heavy atmosphere. In the direction of the Heavenly King's sect, a group of senior members were discussing the battle in the arena. The current development made them very unhappy. Sect leader, it doesn't look like things are going well. The competition has just started, and the Holy Sun has already been forced to show his true strength. That Ling Xiao is not simple. The person who spoke was an inner sect elder of the Heavenly King's sect. His voice was filled with anxiety and unease. You're right, that Ling Xiao is not simple, but that's all there is to it. Si Kongzun shook his head and said, everyone has seen Ming Kong's improvement over the years. Even our sect and His Majesty the Holy Emperor are shocked by her progress. It can be said that except for Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue, no one can compare to her. Seems like I'm worrying too much. Ha ha ha. It's okay. There's no need to worry so much. Even if that Ling Xiao has hidden his strength, don't forget that Ming Kong has received special secret techniques from the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly King's sect. Ling Xiao is destined to lose against Ming Kong from the beginning. At this time, the Holy Emperor laughed and said, to be honest, the reason why I'm unhappy is because I think the situation is not very good. That's right. Since Ming Kong has shown her true strength, this competition is not far from the end. Si Kongzun added. On the stage, Hai Miankeo's aura finally stopped rising. It could be clearly felt that she had removed all her hidden strength and was ready to end the battle quickly. On the slender sword, a green light flickered, and there seemed to be a divine dragon circling and dancing. Behind her, the shadow of an immemorial nature dragon finally appeared. With the Tianji martial spirit and the nature dragon soul, Ji Mingkong's dual martial spirits were absolutely domineering. This made Mo Wushang by Qian Zhao and the others, who were still a little unconvinced, sigh. They couldn't catch up. Their aptitude was not as good as the Holy Sun's in the first place, and she had two martial souls, both of which were extremely rare in the mystic world. How could they catch up? Give up, there's no chance. They looked at Ling Xiao, trying to find a trace of despair on Ling Xiao's face. However, all they saw was an excited smile. Not bad, not bad. This strength is worthy of me being serious. Boom. With a faint smile, Ling Xiao's aura burst forth, and a thunderous sound rang out on the stage. Terrifying black and gold flames had already enveloped Ling Xiao's body. A layer of black and gold flame armor appeared on his body. This was not a martial skill, but the symbol of a celestial realm martial artist. It was called the Heaven Origin Battle Armor. Chapter 840. There were two obvious characteristics of ascending to the celestial realm. The first was that the celestial veins were fully formed, and one's true essence was completely converted into celestial essence. The second was that one could use their celestial essence battle armor. Everyone's celestial essence battle armor was different, depending on the celestial essence of each martial artist. Ling Xiao's celestial essence battle armor wasn't just the black gold infernal dragon flame battle armor. It could even be said that the wind, thunder, rain, lightning, mist, and lightning were all types of heavenly elephant battle armor. What? Again? The audience was shocked once again. So he's also a celestial realm martial artist. No wonder he's so calm and composed. He's not afraid at all when facing other opponents. Looking at Ling Xiao's burning celestial essence battle armor, if anyone still didn't understand Ling Xiao's strength, they didn't deserve to be called martial artists. Ha ha ha, this is a big surprise. On the Yuehua school's side, Golden Light Heavenly Master was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. He never dreamed that Ling Xiao had already ascended to the celestial realm. How long had it been? Although Ling Xiao's celestial essence battle armor was still in its embryonic form, once it was fully formed, there was no doubt that he was a celestial realm martial artist. F***CK. Qin Bishue couldn't help but curse. How much does this kid look down on me? He didn't even use his celestial realm cultivation when he fought with me. I'm impressed. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and smiled bitterly. She thought that after ascending to the celestial realm, she would be on par with Ling Xiao. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to ascend to the celestial realm before her, and his cultivation was stronger than hers. Mid-stage one-line sky. Although he's not as good as the Holy Sun, it's not bad. But why do I feel that his aura doesn't lose to the Holy Sun's at all? What kind of martial soul does he have? It was no wonder people asked this. His cultivation was obviously not as good as the Holy Sun's Haimiankeo, but his aura didn't lose to the Holy Sun's at all. This was definitely the effect of his martial soul. This kid is not simple. Many of the patriarchs of the 12 sects looked at each other and smiled helplessly. If the Holy Sun was so outstanding, they could understand. After all, the Holy Sun had the support of the Heavenly King sect and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. It was equivalent to the entire Sky Dragon continent working for her. But what right did Ling Xiao have? Ling Xiao only had the support of Yuehua School. How much support could they give him? But he had actually also advanced to the celestial realm, and he had hidden it so deeply. The temperament of this child was truly terrifying. Kacha, the armrest of the chair, was crushed by the sage emperor. Originally, he was calm and confident that his daughter would definitely defeat Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he was clearly nervous. If one of them was a transcendent and the other a heaven realm cultivator, then the Holy Sun would undoubtedly win. But once they had both advanced to the celestial realm, the gap would not be that big. The outcome of the battle was really unpredictable. Si Kongzun's expression was not very good either. If he had known that Ling Xiao would be so outstanding, he would not have offended this kid for the sake of a mere Sword King sect. It would have been better to take this kid as a disciple and keep him by his side with some benefits. Unfortunately, it was too late now. What was done could not be undone. The Heavenly King sect and Ling Xiao were really like fire and water. Although he was not afraid of a mere Ling Xiao, he was not afraid of him. The problem was the terrifying potential hidden by this young man. If they could not kill this young man, then their Heavenly King sect would inevitably suffer a very serious threat in the future. One had to know that Ling Xiao did not have the support of such a huge force as the Heavenly King sect and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. Even so, this kid had grown so fast. Once this kid became the chosen one and gained the support of the entire Sky Dragon continent, who could stop his achievements? Wouldn't it be looking for trouble to make an enemy of such a person? Previously, Si Kongzun only treated Ling Xiao as an ordinary genius. He felt that it was impossible for him to surpass Haimiankeo, so he did not pay too much attention to him. However, it was only at this moment that he realized that this kid's potential was probably even more terrifying than Haimiankeo. He might even be on par with Ji Funing and Yu Xianhua back then. If he was given a few more years, how terrifying would he become? a moon maiden was already a headache. Fortunately, the moon maiden basically did not care about the affairs of the Jianghu. Therefore, the moon maiden basically did not care about the development of the Yuehua school. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao was obviously not a passive person. If he reached the level of the moon maiden, the Yuehua school's strength would definitely grow to a level comparable to the current Heavenly King sect, or even stronger. Thinking of these terrible consequences, Si Kongzun was both regretful and worried. Since he could not use Ling Xiao, he could only kill him. This time, he planned to do it himself. No matter what, he could not let Ling Xiao live. Brother Sikong, you're overthinking it. Even if this kid has great potential, he's still not a match for Mingkong at the moment. The Holy Emperor had already recovered from his shock. When he saw Sikong Zun's constantly changing expression, he said, Mingkong can cultivate the superb martial arts techniques of the Holy Dynasty's royal family and your Heavenly King sect. How can Ling Xiao compare? Perhaps. Let's wait and see. If Haim Myung-ko could defeat or even kill Ling Xiao, Si Kongzun would not need to do anything. Otherwise, he might face many obstacles, which would be very troublesome. However, at this moment, he was already feeling very uneasy and nervous. In the arena, Haim Myung-ko clearly showed a moment of shock and disbelief. However, she quickly concealed this expression, and a trace of calmness appeared on her face again. She had never taken Ling Xiao seriously. Even when she made the bet, she had only made it in a moment of anger. She had never thought that Ling Xiao would have the ability to challenge her. However, in such a short time, this kid had already advanced to the celestial realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as hers, he was much faster than her. After all, he had the help of the elixirs personally prepared and refined by Sun Shang and those powerful imperial physicians. Unforgivable. Haim Myung-ko's eyes revealed a strong hatred and murderous intent. If Ling Xiao did not die, she, as the Holy Sun, would have no face to speak of. Moreover, she had a strong sense of crisis. Even if Ling Xiao was not a match for her now, he would definitely become a huge threat to her in the future. She really could not hold back. Not at all. She took a deep breath. The air was cold, and Haim Myung-ko's heart turned cold. The slender sword in her hand was still flashing with green light as the power of the natural dragon, Soul, continued to pour into it. Haim Myung-ko did not want to say anything. Right now, she just wanted to kill Ling Xiao and shut the mouths of those who thought that Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge her. Buzz. After a loud rumble, a set of emerald green armor appeared around her. This set of armor was covered in countless divine runes of life, giving off a feeling of exuberant vitality. This was Haim Myung-ko's Heaven Origin battle armor. Gen 112110070312553576231487300400. Chapter 841. Haim Myung-ko's Heaven Origin battle armor was the Nature's Dragon armor. Wearing it on her delicate and exquisite body, her perfect figure was displayed for everyone to see. Compared to Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon armor, Haim Myung-ko's Heaven Origin battle armor was more elegant and noble, just like her status. Do I see a fairy? She's a dragon girl. Regardless of what it is, the holy disciple is simply too beautiful. In particular, after materializing her Heavenly Origin battle armor, she looks even more heroic. If Ling Xiao hurts my goddess, I'll fight him to the death. Countless martial artists in the audience were captivated by Haim Myung-ko's perfect figure. Apart from a few people who had their eyes on Ling Xiao, the rest of the people had probably become fans of the Holy Sun at this moment. Not only were their Heaven Origin battle armors completely different in color and design, but there was also a difference in strength and refinement due to the difference in their cultivation ranks. Haim Myung-ko's Heaven Origin Battle Armor was clearly more beautiful. Ling Xiao's Heaven Origin Battle Armor, on the other hand, was slightly cruder. Haim Myung-ko made her move as soon as her Heaven Origin Battle Armor was formed. She wanted nothing more than to kill this annoying bastard before her, and not give him any chance to retaliate. Her petite body suddenly burst forward, transforming into a streak of dazzling green light. Under the watchful eyes of countless pairs of eyes, she began her counterattack. Ling Xiao had been suppressing her all this while, but now she was about to end the battle. The two of them were about 70 to 80 meters apart, but with Haim Myung-ko's speed, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. With a flash of green light, Haim Myung-ko crossed dozens of meters and entered Ling Xiao's attack range. The thin sword in her hand pierced through the air like a venomous dragon. With a clear and proud dragon's roar, it pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat from an extremely tricky angle. Ling Xiao didn't dodge or evade Haim Myung-ko's attack. The purple lightning sword in his hand flashed, and with the terrifying speed and strength of a celestial realm cultivator, it collided with the emerald green sword. Another dragon's roar rang out, but this time, the dragon on the purple lightning sword was black and gold. Boom! The two weapons clashed, and it was as if two divine dragons were clashing between heaven and earth. Clouds in the sky, faintly discernible two clouds, could be seen. On one side were black gold burning clouds, and on the other side were emerald green clouds. This wasn't just a battle heavens. It can't be wrong. Ling Xiao's martial spirit is the Hell Dragon Soul. Hell Dragon's dragon, Soul Dragon's soul. Soon suddenly dragon, S's, he had felt that something was amiss. How could a normal black dragon martial soul withstand the power of a natural dragon soul? There was only one explanation. Ling Xiao's martial soul wasn't a black dragon martial soul, but a hell dragon soul. What? The Sage Emperor was also shocked. How could there be two types of immemorial dragon souls on the heavenly dragon continent? Nothing is impossible. The heavenly dragon continent's guardian beast has always been the heavenly dragon, so it's absolutely possible that there are more immemorial dragon souls here. Si Kong Zun said resolutely, but why did this brat get it? What did he do to deserve it? Regardless of the shock below the stage, the battle between the two on the stage continued. Heavenly King's Scripture, Sword of Slaughter. Haim Myung-ko wasn't surprised that Ling Xiao had blocked her attack. If Ling Xiao couldn't even block this attack, then he was too useless. She had already prepared a follow-up attack. Her slender sword suddenly changed its style. She displayed her most powerful sword skill. It was a set of sword techniques from the Heavenly King's Sect's Heavenly King's Scripture. The void suddenly turned pitch black as she thrust her sword forward. It was as if the two figures had disappeared from the stage, but outside the stage, the sky was still clear. In the darkness, several streaks of sharp sword chi attacked Ling Xiao from different angles. The sword chi was in the shape of a strange dragon. It was only the length of a thumb, but there were hundreds of streaks. What was even more frightening was that these streaks of sword chi didn't make the slightest sound as they flew. It was as if demons were quietly approaching. He couldn't see. His hearing was also useless. If it were someone else, they would probably have to take this attack head-on. What a powerful sword technique! Ling Xiao praised from the bottom of his heart. Although the Heavenly King's Sect Scripture of Heavenly King's Scripture was of the same level as the other scriptures of the 12 sects, when it was used by Haim Myung-ko, who was at the early stage of yin-yang heaven, it was extremely shocking in terms of power and speed. Ling Xiao could sense the position of each streak of sword chi through his mountain river martial soul's analytical ability. However, it was almost impossible to completely avoid them at such a close distance. Since he couldn't avoid them, he would block them. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had only thought of this for a moment. Suddenly, the overflow rain sword appeared in his left hand. Rotting sword rain. Although this was a skill that came with the overflow rain sword, its power naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before with the increase of Ling Xiao's cultivation. It didn't matter if he couldn't see it. Anyway, the rotting sword rain almost covered the entire stage. Haim Myung-Kos sword chi was pierced one after another, but they disappeared without a trace. However, in the process of blocking, there were still some gaps. 4 streaks of sword chi avoided the obstruction of the rotting sword rain sword and pierced Ling Xiao's Tian Yuan battle armor. Dazzling sparks were produced, and there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against metal. Tisk, I'm still too slow. This was the first time Ling Xiao had such a feeling. He clearly knew where the attack was coming from and where it was aimed at, but he couldn't block it. Thankfully, his Tian Yuan battle armor was extremely powerful, and even though 4 small holes had been punctured, the 4 streaks of sword intent had been completely incinerated into nothingness. Haim Myung-Kos attack, this time, didn't cause any substantial effect. It could only be said that it hit Ling Xiao. It was probably because the other party pursued speed that it lost its power. Ling Xiao didn't consider such a complicated problem. Since he blocked the other party's attack and wasn't injured, it was time for him to counterattack. Haim Myung-Ko wanted to use her cultivation to suppress him? Dream on. He put away the overflow rain sword and switched to the Fury Wind sword. Fury Wind Shuttle. This was a skill that was most suitable for surprise attacks. His body didn't move, but the sword chi had already pierced through the air. It glided across the inky black competition platform and reached Haim Myung-Kos' heart in the blink of an eye. This skill couldn't be underestimated. It was an attack that was infused with wind phenomenon. It was extremely fast and it was extremely lethal. In combination with wind phenomenon, as long as it struck Haim Myung-Ko, it would definitely be effective. Ling Xiao had no intention of holding back. Since Haim Myung-Ko wanted to kill him, then he wasn't going to hold back either. Haim Myung-Kos' brows furrowed, as if she had sensed the sword chi hurtling toward her. She had initially planned to end this battle with a single attack, but it was a pity that she had failed on the verge of success. Instead, Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to counterattack, and she was extremely frustrated. However, even though she was frustrated, she didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao's attack in the slightest. Her body drifted through the air, and the void dance technique made her body as soft and flexible as a willow catkin. On top of that, it was also quite resilient.